Chapter 945. There was a buzzing sound. In a certain corner of the Yiksha octopus's nest, a jade-green light shined as the surrounding darkness faded. The jade light flashed, and at the next moment, a figure appeared at the empty place. It was Fang Yuan, who had just escaped from the Gu formation space. He was using fixed immortal travel, and this place was specially set up when he explored the Yiksha octopus's nest. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple Gu formation. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was not high. He could only set up a Gu formation of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the commotion, but fixed immortal travel was an immortal Gu. With Fang Yuan's arrival, this mortal Gu formation broke apart, but aura still leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly worked, trying to get rid of these traces. But soon, there was a roar of a desolate beast. The Yiksha octopus's movements could be heard from the cave. The nearby Yiksha octopus has returned. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He moved quickly before the Yiksha octopus arrived. He got rid of the immortal Gu's aura and quickly left. The Yiksha octopus sensed the immortal Gu's aura and came over, but by the time it arrived, it was already gone. It simply searched twice, and the hesitation on its face completely disappeared. It then turned back. If it were a Gu immortal, it would not be so easily deceived. The desolate beast's intelligence was not high. It was easily dealt with by Fang Yuan. A while later, when he returned to the mouth earthworm's battlefield, it was a mess. Most of the Yiksha octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be seen. There was a huge ravine. It was like a terrifying wound on the wall of an earth trench. It was in Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this ravine was created by the mouth earthworm. The mouth earthworm was a type of underground creature. It hid underground all year round. Only when it hunted would it come out. After swallowing its prey in an instant, it would shrink back into the soil at lightning speed. It did not move. At the same time, its body would shrink to a shocking size. It was as if he had suddenly become as thin as a bamboo pole from a fatty who weighed a few 100 pounds. At this time, the thick walls of its flesh would tightly squeeze together. The unique organs growing on the flesh walls were countless steel bones and sharp teeth. It spun unceasingly, grinding its prey into blood and bones. This mouth devoured me, but I immediately used fixed immortal travel to escape while I was inside its body. It had failed its hunt, and with an empty stomach, it would definitely be enraged and fight against the northern plains immortal zombies. The mouth serpent was not a match for the combined strength of the immortal zombies. It had no intelligence. It would definitely lose. However, this kind of beast's instinct to escape was also very strong. Once the injury reached a certain limit, it will burrow back into the ground and quickly escape the battlefield. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to make use of verbal abuse. He escaped from the vision of the immortal zombies. The information he had gathered in Dark Flow Giant City showed that Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest did not have an effective method to deal with the burrowing mouth serpent. Their investigative methods could not surpass the abundant earth path Dao marks on the mouth serpent's body. Thus, Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel inside its body. Thus, Northern Plains immortal zombies had many people and strong battle strength, but they might not be able to deal with the mouth serpent in a short period of time, especially when the mouth serpent did not want to fight. It only burrowed into the ground to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old Ancestor Shui, who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat. His battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the Gu formation, he had to invite Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 Venerables were the same. In the history of Gu Immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. Gu cultivation paths blossomed in all directions. They were brilliant and varied. It also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited, unless one had a lot of time or had a fortuitous encounter. The mouth serpent burrowed into the ground to escape. The Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly. Thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen. Deep craters caused by intense explosions. There was a lot of blood in the ravines. It should be the blood of the mouth serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The mouth serpent risked its life to survive. It was a great help in concealing Fong Yuan's tracks. One side escaped. The other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Fong Yuan smiled lightly. The mouth serpent is escaping. It must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Fong Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light. They were in a sorry state. They had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xingxiang Zi lost his life. How can we answer to Lady Blazing, Heaven Demoness? Sigh, we have already tried our best. We chased after the mouth serpent. We passed through 5 fierce beast territories. 3 of them were occupied by ancient, desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench, after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment. That mouth serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xingxiang Zi has no chance of survival. We cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xingxiang Zi was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench. He was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, was silent. He had the highest status in this group. He was the leader. Xingxiang Zi's death was his greatest responsibility. Thinking about how he would have to face Blazing Heaven Demoness when he returned, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's heart was extremely heavy. Everyone we finally meet. Fong Yuan turned into Xingxiang Zi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xingxiang Zi! Dr. Yin Xian raised his voice, his gaze filled with joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu felt that this old man was very pleasing to the eye when he looked at Fong Yuan. How did you escape? Soon an immortal zombie asked. This question was also on everyone's mind. Several gazes gathered on Fong Yuan's face. Fong Yuan was prepared. He explained the reason. I am ashamed. After I fell into the mouth serpent's stomach, the surrounding flesh walls pressed down on me. Countless sharp fangs followed closely behind. In a moment of desperation, I quickly used an immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, sealing myself inside the star ice. This is my strongest defense. It is not a problem to defend against the sharp teeth, but there are many drawbacks. Firstly, I cannot move. Not just my body, even my thoughts cannot move, I cannot think. The star ice can only exist for a moment, but I believe everyone will help me. But when the star ice melted and I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under a pile of rocks. So that's it. Dr. Yin Xian realized at once. It must have been when we were chasing the mouth serpent. During the chaotic battle, the mouth serpent's body was destroyed, and Xingxiang Zi escaped through the hole. So close. So close. Xingxiang Zi, you can be considered to be blessed with great fortune. The immortal zombies did not doubt him. Dragon Commander Yi Cha also let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do we continue to search for Star Night Mucus? Fong Yuan's expression changed. He showed a hesitant expression. Forget it. Our luck was bad this time. We will go back and reorganize. We will come again after we rest. The immortal zombies looked at each other. They were laughing at Xing Xiangzi's cowardice, but after such an intense battle, their condition was not good. Thus, they agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City to rest. As for the missing star night mucus, they could only worry about it later. Several days later, Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was operating, emitting a bright radiance. The radiance shone on Feng Yuan's face, but he seemed to be absent-minded at this moment. This can work. Feng Yuan thought in his mind. On the surface, he was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials, but he was actually inside his death immortal aperture, controlling all sorts of goo worms and experimenting. He was a vigilant person. Even though he obtained the revival method in Earth Trench, its origin was mysterious. Feng Yuan had to test it first to verify its authenticity. The results of the test proved that this revival method was indeed feasible. Feng Yuan was both excited and moved. Looking back, in order to collect the revival method, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Feng Yuan had been working tirelessly. He first collected the Time Path Revival Method, Man as Before Immortal Goo, and used it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to revive. But even though this method had great prospects, it was only an idea. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and the rest. It would take too much time and effort. Next, Feng Yuan obtained the possession method from Dongfeng Neganori Soul. He could use this method to get rid of his immortal zombie body. But if he used this method, not to mention whether the body and soul could adapt to each other, or the aptitude of the body, just the second immortal aperture that Feng Yuan had painstakingly obtained would go to waste. Next, Feng Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible. It was most suitable for mortal goo masters. Feng Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull goo, he had Tao marks and could not be raised by mortal goo. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Feng Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal goo? Feng Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal goo, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Feng Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, they all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Feng Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 946. Since the creator did not name it, Feng Yuan named it Life and Death Immortal Aperture Rebirth Method. The value of this method was absolutely immeasurable. Once word of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire cultivation world and change the situation of the world. Countless goo immortals, be they secluded cultivators or rank 8s, would immediately research and cultivate it. Once it was truly grasped by most goo immortals, then from now on, the number of goo immortals in the 5 regions would rise sharply. It would be an unprecedented situation. Because the life and death immortal aperture contained the profundity of life and death, it could reduce the power of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Furthermore, the degree of reduction was as high as 50%. What did that mean? Goo immortal cultivation had always faced 2 obstacles. One was lifespan, the other was calamity. Higher cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Goo immortals could only find other methods to extend their lifespan. Not to mention it, the main point was the calamity. Goo immortals had to undergo calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations were like blades hovering above the goo immortal's head. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. Countless historical facts and real examples around them constantly reminded Gu immortals how terrifying and fatal this threat was. Not only were the calamities and tribulations hard to predict, but their power wasn't the same. Instead, it was gradually increasing. To undergo tribulation, Gu immortals had to cultivate and raise their strength continuously. Cultivation was not just empty talk. It required real cultivation resources. For example, immortal materials. Immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. Immortal apertures were the best places to nurture immortal materials, because the environment here was unique. He had many Tao marks and could nurture immortal materials suitable for the Gu immortal according to the Gu immortal situation. And in the immortal aperture, time passed very quickly, much faster than in the 5 regions. The number of times immortal materials matured was also much higher. Another point was to nurture cultivation resources in the immortal aperture. It was more convenient to carry and safer. Put it outside. It was too unsafe. Not only could it be easily seized by others, but it could also be destroyed by experts like the blazing heaven demoness, even if they couldn't obtain it. However, but every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would have a huge negative impact on the immortal aperture. It was not easy for Gu immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. It was almost impossible to protect the immortal aperture. The cultivation resources stored in the immortal aperture would often be greatly damaged. If Gu immortals wanted to continue cultivating, they would need to accumulate cultivation resources again. Some even had to start from scratch. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. Accumulate resources, cultivating, growing in strength, transcending the tribulation, accumulating resources once more, cultivating, slowly growing in strength, transcending even stronger tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were getting heavier, but resources needed to be accumulated again. This greatly delayed the growth of Gu immortal strength. Many Gu immortals did not have enough strength growth. They were stagnant. How could they deal with the increasingly terrifying calamities? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost to heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. He died and his Tao vanished. Fox Immortal was a classic example. She had survived the first 4 calamities, but on the 5th one, she encountered the blue charm shadow and perished. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu immortal blessed land, which was eventually obtained by Feng Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Feng Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, a wood path Gu immortal might move all his wood path resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a fire path calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected. Many fire path Tao marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the wood path Gu immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture. They could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the wood path resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a wood path calamity and tribulation. In the end, the wood path Tao marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure, as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point. Leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away. It was more beneficial to the Gu immortals' cultivation. Feng Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity, and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path. It was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Bai Yinxing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, He still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture, because the mortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads. They needed to cultivate continuously. They had to improve greatly at every stage. They had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced. The loss of cultivation resources would be reduced. But the gain of Tao marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu immortals' cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation. On the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength, and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger. The Gu immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse. Resources could not be accumulated quickly. There was no hope of progress. It was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle. The Gu immortal strength would snowball. The more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era. It could change the Gu immortal world. It could change the entire world. It could change the history of Gu masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method. It had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method. It was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation, after modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu master cultivation methods had been passed down since Renzu's era. There were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used, it was like Earth's Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu immortal, they might find it hard to accept. They might even think it was wishful thinking. It was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status, but this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Fang Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth. He was open-minded. Traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward. History is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science. It develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie great expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method. He also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kongju. He used rule path limitless demon Venerable's achievements and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good, but he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Fang Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple. It was very complex. Because every Gu cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different goo worms. For example, Fong Yuan's Strength Path Revival Method needed a vast number of exert strength goo, countless disappointment goo, and all sorts of supplementary goo to construct a multi-layered goo formation. Fong Yuan thought about it carefully. He felt it was very interesting. When mortals started cultivating, they needed hope goo to open their aperture. This method needed disappointment goo and also exertion goo. Without hope, where would disappointment come from? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope. These two concepts were opposites, but they coexisted. They were like the concepts of life and death. Without either, there would be no meaning in the existence of the other. Fong Yuan planned in his mind. Disappointment goo and exertion goo only require mortal goo. They're not hard to collect. There are also corresponding goo recipes here. I can order the hairy men in the blessed land to refine them day and night. Even if the requirement is too high, I can complete it in 3 months. Once I complete it, I can immediately reincarnate and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. But the life and death immortal aperture obtained this way was not satisfactory, because Fong Yuan's Strength Path immortal aperture had already collapsed by more than half. If he used the remaining dead aperture as the foundation, the life and death immortal aperture would naturally be weaker. Be it the area, environment, or foundation, they would all be worse. Especially when Fong Yuan was forced to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains. His immortal aperture's foundation was not high to begin with. It had 5,180,000 km2 of land. Compared to the 5 regions time flow, it was 1 to 16. Low-grade, blessed land had an area of 3 million km2. It could only produce 10 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the River of Time. It was poor in resources. Middle-grade, blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million km2. It could produce 20 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the River of Time. It was rich in resources. Fong Yuan's previous Strength Path immortal aperture was only a middle-grade, blessed land. If he directly reincarnated this time, it would definitely be a low-grade, blessed land, and most likely it would be the lowest grade of low-grade. Undoubtedly, this would be disadvantageous to Fong Yuan's future cultivation. And in this life and death immortal aperture revival method, there was a paragraph that moved Fong Yuan greatly. During the revival process, he could use the corpses of other Strength Path immortal zombies as immortal materials and refine them in the goo formation. The grade of the life and death immortal aperture would rise. It was not a problem to return to middle grade from a low-grade blessed land. As long as there were enough Strength Path immortal zombies, it was possible to become a high-grade blessed land. After the immortal zombie's dead aperture perishes, the Tao marks in the immortal aperture would land on the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies that were rich in Tao marks were unique immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui, who would not have sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal corpses. At the end of this paragraph, it was clearly recorded. If he collected the immortal zombie body of the great strength true martial physique and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture would surpass a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie is reborn, it would also transform into the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lulon had ascended to go immortal with the great strength true martial physique and had a super-grade blessed land, Fong Yuan had a lot of understanding of this. Super-grade blessed land has a huge area of more than 5 million km2. Every year, it produces over 50 beads of immortal essence. Time passes very quickly, and the precious resources can be harvested very quickly. And the great strength true martial physique can increase my Strength Path battle strength by several times. Fong Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. From this point, the life and death immortal aperture revival method was also a superb method to raise a Gu immortal's aptitude. 10 extreme physiques, although they were powerful. The drawbacks were even greater. Because time passed quickly, calamities and tribulations would come even faster, more frequently, and their might would be even greater and more terrifying. This was a huge taboo for Gu immortal cultivation. Looking at history, it was known that none of the 10 Venerables had 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu immortals, it was extremely rare to find one with 10 extreme physiques. In other words, the 10 extreme physiques could be invincible in the same rank and could even challenge those of higher ranks. But without the potential to develop, they could not survive for long under the attacks of calamities and tribulations. But this biggest drawback did not exist for Feng Yuan. There was only one reason. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method, and the calamities and tribulations that the life and death immortal aperture faced would be reduced by half. This was completely acceptable. It was a virtuous cycle. If I collect ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies, I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land. But if I can collect an immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can obtain the great strength true martial physique and obtain a super grade blessed land, and the calamities and tribulations will only have half of their power. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I will be able to ascend to that rank 9 throne. Feng Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. Rank 9 Venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. If he could become a Venerable with one of the 10 extreme physiques that had never appeared since ancient times, wouldn't that mean he would be the number 1 among rank 9 Venerables? The number 1 in the world since ancient times? Don't forget that I still have my first mortal aperture. If my revival is successful, I will use this method to walk on time path and transform my first mortal aperture into a super grade blessed land. By then, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the Gyue desolate in physique. 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. In time, a Venerable with 2 of the 10 extreme physiques? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life, in this life he wandered from place to place, taking risks between life and death. Finally, today, at this moment, he found a bright path that led to eternal life. Eternal life was an illusory goal, but without sufficient strength, it was even more impossible to pursue. There are very few strength path immortal zombies to begin with. I have also joined Zombie Alliance. I cannot deal with my allies. How can I find a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie? There's only one ideal target in front of me. That is He Lulan. At this moment, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. Even though I only managed to escape Imperial Court, blessed land, by cooperating with you, and gained many benefits afterwards, it is quite pleasant. But for the ambition in my heart, I will sacrifice you. A silent smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face. Heartless, cruel. Chapter 947. Since he had obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Feng Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Feng Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, they were not easy to cultivate. Great strength true martial physiques that cultivated to go immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Feng Yuan searched through records and memories, but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulan was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Feng Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan was a formidable character. She was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her life and scheme. She was not so easy to trap. Secondly, Hei Lulan was not alone. She had Fairy Lishan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other. They could not be separated. If Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Hei Lulan, he had to get rid of Fairy Lishan. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with Hei Lulan and Fairy Lishan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan knew the truth about Imperial Court, Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Fang Yuan would be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world. The attraction of giant sun immortals' inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Fang Yuan. In conclusion, Hei Lulan was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. Hei Lulan, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength, true martial physique, and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Fang Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame Hei Lulan. On the other hand, he was refining star-thought immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Lishan through letters, discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since Hei Lulan understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain Blessed Land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow, Giant City. Then he pretended to go down to the Earth Trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of star-thought immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Lishan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path, while cultivating would Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dongfang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Lishan was like a locksmith. Since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Fang Yuan, Fairy Lishan, and Hei Lulan had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Fang Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Lishan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea. Thus, he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with Hei Lulan, then I can only settle for the next best thing, to gather a large number of Strength Path immortal zombies and create a high-grade Blessed Land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Fang Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Fang Yuan often asked Fairy Lishan for Information Path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Lishan was on guard against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's development was too rapid. This third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already wary of him. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Fang Yuan did not have much understanding of Information Path. His attainment was very low. He could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Fang Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional. Even though he did not make any progress in the Information Path, through his interactions with Fairy Lishan, Fong Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation. He had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness strategy was indeed very wise. These last days, she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic path Gu Immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic path Gu Immortals had bad luck to begin with. It was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now, with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another. They suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Shui, who was helpless. There was no other reason. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui, whose battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point. She focused on Old Ancestor Shui, whose weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shui, whose days very difficult. If he attacked easily, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be defenseless. The strongest Gu Immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wan Shou, was skilled in refinement path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated information path. They did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shui, who attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughingstock of Northern Plains righteous path Gu Immortals, especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. This person's bottom line was very low. Back then, she even destroyed a 9 Heavens fragment world. It was a hopeless situation. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only pieced together. Its defense was even lower than the original Blessed Land. Old Ancestor Shui, who had to defend against it. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui, who had high battle strength, in the process of fighting against Zombie Alliance, he was always at a disadvantage. He had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old Ancestor Shui, who had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Fong Yuan had no other choice. He could only be patient and put most of his effort into refining Exert, Strength Gu, and Disappointment Gu. The Fong Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were refining diligently. The quantity of Exert, Strength Gu, and Disappointment Gu was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Fong Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them. He kept them for himself. He refined Star, Thought Immortal Gu, with Blazing Heaven Demoness help. Fong Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine Gu worms, were mainly used to feed immortal Gu and to construct Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered Star Form Land Spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in Star Form Blessed Land, using the space to nurture star fragment grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the Guts Gu transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Fong Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth, even though there was an alliance agreement if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Fong Yuan. All along, Fong Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be defended. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Fong Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, not to mention old demon Fong Yuan. On this day, Fong Yuan was activating the refinement path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the immortal zombie's dead aperture, moving perspective cup Gu activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Fang Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father. He was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Fang Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. As the leader of a super force He tribe, he had mysteriously disappeared for a long time. Participating in the 100 Days battle, when he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state and was even being secretly pursued by He tribe. It turned out that in order to preserve his life, He Cheng did not hesitate to give up the rank 6 immortal Gu House dark prison. This was the symbol of He tribe's strength. It was also their trump card, but he actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had a high status and authority, in this situation, he was still punished by the tribe. The immortal Gu House dark prison was not his. The core immortal Gu that formed it came from He tribe's 4 supreme elders. After the central continent Gu immortals divided dark prison, they brought the immortal Gu back to the sect. One of them had already been forcefully refined. Thus, He tribe supreme elders knew that He Cheng had made a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Cheng naturally did not want to be punished. When he joined the Shadow Sect's operation, he had made an alliance agreement with the Shadow Sect. He could not leak any information about the Shadow Sect. This alliance had a very strong binding force. He Cheng could not explain it to the tribe. He could only escape. He tribe was not willing to give up. The immortal Gu House was extremely important. It had the ability to threaten others. They had to get it back. And the clue was on He Cheng. Thus, He tribe sent Gu immortals to chase after He Cheng. Both sides fought several times. He Cheng barely escaped. As the commotion grew, Fairy Li Shan found out about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that He Cheng was deserted. It was the best time to take revenge. To kill a Gu immortal, they needed numbers. It was safer. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. She wanted to make use of the alliance agreement that was nearing its end. Ignoring the fact that Fairy Li Shan's compensation was very generous, Fang Yuan thought of his unspeakable motive. This might be a good opportunity. He Lulan usually stayed in seclusion. Only during chaotic battles would Fang Yuan have the chance to make a move. Chapter 948. Escape! 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 A dark shadow, like a flying snake, rapidly passed through the wormwood. A moment later, the dark shadow dissipated with a loud sound. He Cheng fell from the sky, landing in the weeds. A clear stream gurgled past, right in front of him. He Cheng breathed heavily, lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to turn around. His current condition was extremely bad. There were countless injuries all over his body. Some were deep to the bone, some were still bleeding. Pain assaulted his entire body, but He Cheng was already numb to it. These injuries were from the intense battle with He tribe's pursuers. If not for He tribe wanting to capture He Cheng alive, with He Cheng's ability, he would not have been able to escape so many times. I am almost at my limit. He Cheng felt gloomy. He gritted his teeth and got up, looking at his reflection in the stream. He smiled bitterly. Originally, he was suave and handsome, but now his face was pale, his lips were blue, his body was covered in blood. He was a fugitive. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pin size, like a startled venomous snake. He curled up his body at lightning speed. "Who is it?" He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted towards a certain direction in the weeds. At the next moment, with a loud sound, air currents surged, countless weeds were uprooted, a path appeared. He Lulan wore a mask. She walked out with large strides. Her eerie black eyes shone with bone-deep hatred. "It's you." He Cheng was shocked. He quickly stood up, but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely. He couldn't help but fall down again. Thankfully, he did not fall to the ground. He stabilized his body and squatted down, his muscles tensed. He had a fierce expression, but he could not conceal the anxiety in his heart. If he was captured alive by He tribe's Gu immortals, He Ching might have a chance to live, although the chances were slim. But if he fell into He Lolan's hands, He Cheng would die for sure. His outcome would be unimaginably tragic. He Ching, to think you would have such a day. He Lulan stood in front of He Cheng. Her body was straight like a spear, separated by a stream. She looked down at him from above. Fate was truly unpredictable. Who could have thought that He Ching would actually fall to such a state today? Of course, He Lulan did not expect this. Therefore, when the peerless opportunity for revenge was placed in front of her, besides hatred and rage, there was also a trace of pity in her heart. The father and daughter looked at each other. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred, all at this moment. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. "Don't look at me like that." He Chung roared, struggling to stand up. He could accept the hatred and anger in He Lolan's eyes. However, he could not accept that trace of compassion. "I, the dignified He Ching, don't need anyone's pity." "Who?" A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky flew swiftly. The surrounding wormwood swayed. The stream rippled. Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the wind. "Good wind, good scenery, this nameless place is the perfect place for you, He Chung, to die." He Chung sneered. He could naturally hear the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He reluctantly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. A tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. What about the last one? Why is he not coming out? Fang Yuan was quietly hiding not far away, not moving. He was silent, as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. "You are a tiger? You are just a defeated dog that is struggling on the line of life and death." "Scoundrel, die." He Lulan could no longer suppress her anger. She took a huge step forward and punched. At that instant, there was a thunderous explosion in the air. An intense fist wind blew. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He felt a sense of desire. This is only a mortal killer move. But after being amplified by the large number of strength path Dao marks in the great strength true martial physique, its power has risen to such a level. Before this punch even hit He Cheng, the latter already felt an intense sense of suffocation. An incomparable sense of danger filled his body and mind. If this punch landed, He Cheng would definitely die on the spot. Escape! He Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow snake again, escaping towards the left. He Lolan's punch missed. She quickly chased after him. But He Ching was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he was already more than 100 feet away from He Lulan. As it turned out, even though He Cheng lost the immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he had immortal Gu Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect had specially designed an immortal killer move for He Ching to increase his strength. This immortal killer move used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu as the core. Right now, He Cheng turned into a shadow snake and escaped. It was one of the immortal killer moves he used. "He Cheng, stay here." Fairy Li Shan jumped out. The surrounding grass grew rapidly. Countless flowers bloomed in the air. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. He Cheng's body paused for a moment, but he quickly escaped out of the pear orchard, changing directions and escaping towards the west. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from the grass, blocking He Cheng. Fang Yuan had never exposed Xingxiang Zi's identity in front of Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He was currently using strength path battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used wisdom path methods to deduce 3 locations. He secretly arranged strength path phantoms to guard them. As He Cheng escaped, he bumped into them, but was obstructed by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. But even so, He Lulan was still far from He Cheng. Seeing that He Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Lishan was anxious. She transmitted to Fang Yuan, "Quickly stop him!" Fang Yuan immediately revealed himself. The true solid bat wings on his back flapped as he charged towards He Cheng. Fairy Lishan frowned. She could see clearly that with Fang Yuan's speed, he would not be able to stop He Cheng. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not want to stop He Cheng. He had fought with He Cheng before, but times had changed. The situation was different now. He Cheng was undoubtedly He Lulan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he could make use of He Cheng. He could plot against He Lulan instead. Fang Yuan had wanted to use this chance to see if there was a possibility of capturing He Lulan. But when he saw He Cheng's severe injuries, Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was close to zero. If there was a possibility, Fang Yuan wanted to let He Cheng go and let him escape. But due to the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. He Cheng got rid of the surrounding obstacles. He looked back at Fang Yuan, snorting coldly. "You finally came out? It is a pity you can't catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his immortal killer move again to escape. But at this time, an eagle cry resounded, almost bursting his eardrums. It was the illusion of a huge iron-crowned eagle. It appeared in the sky behind Fang Yuan. Iron Crown Eagle strength activated. Fang Yuan's speed rose rapidly. He flew like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and He Cheng. He Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, he only had rank 5 mortal goo. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was created by an immortal goo. It could only be activated with a certain chance. In the past, Fang Yuan had never used Iron Crown Eagle strength. Today he encountered such a good thing, but it went against his will. It seems that using time assistance luck to increase my luck before coming here was not appropriate. If I knew He Cheng was in such a state, I would not have had the chance. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He moved like an eagle. He pounced towards He Cheng. He Cheng was extremely slippery. He turned into a dark shadow snake that moved in different directions amidst the weeds. Fang Yuan attacked him several times, but he actually managed to escape by a hair's breadth. But Fairy Lishan and He Lulan were no longer anxious. They had excited expressions. With Fang Yuan harassing him, He Cheng could not escape anymore. After a few breaths of time, Fairy Lishan and He Lulan got close. Finally, the three surrounded He Cheng. He Cheng's expression was dark. He had a ruthless expression. He shouted with disheveled hair, "You want me to die? Don't think of having an easy time." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunder rumbled. Shadows shot out. Flowers and trees flew. Strength rampaged. Soil splattered everywhere. Without a doubt, He Cheng was suppressed. Fang Yuan and the rest had the upper hand. It is a pity that I can only keep 10 to 20% of it. That is my limit. If I keep any more, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan will see through it. They will lose trust and become suspicious. Seeing that He Cheng, this excellent chess piece, was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought He Cheng 3 times. The battle strength that Fang Yuan and the rest displayed was actually not much higher than the previous time. But He Cheng's condition was too bad. He had gone through 100 days of battle. His life's immortal essence was completely expended. These days he had been escaping and fighting with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus, at this moment, under the combined attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, He Cheng was heavily injured. He spat out blood. His defeat was imminent. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry shout resounded in heaven and earth. A grand and piercing green light shone on this battlefield. Space tore open. A huge bronze hand grabbed at He Cheng from all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest reacted quickly, but the bronze hand actually affected time. It grabbed He Cheng at a seemingly slow speed. Green City Rampage. He Chung looked like he had lost his parents. He could not move. He cried out in shock. He Lulan and the rest retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the olden antiquity era. It was ranked third in the world back then. It was only below Heavenly Sage Jean Fan and Heavenly Giant Solar. He tribe had information about Green City Rampage. Everyone in Northern Plains Go Immortal World knew about it. At this moment, Green City Rampage appeared. It meant that the 4 strongest supreme elders of He tribe had arrived. Our He tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulan. At that moment, He Lulan could not move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fong Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks! The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe who were inside the Bronze Giant shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? Chapter 949. The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all. It spread out wantonly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted, Hey Tribes for Elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged. How dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters? The Bronze Giant raised his head and stared at the Blazing Heaven Demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the Bronze Giant's body. Sky-scorching Demoness, since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. He Chung and He Lulan are members of our He tribe. Our He tribe is handling our own matters. An outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the righteous path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. You have a heavy responsibility. You need to be careful. Then another voice said, Heaven Blazing Demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Shwehu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble? Haha. Blazing Heaven Demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Lishan said, Old ancestor Shwe, whose matter is not something you 4 He tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter, isn't it our family's matter? What do you mean? The shocked voices of the 4 He tribe elders came from inside the Bronze Giant. At this moment, Fong Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. Big sister, Fairy Lishan suddenly shouted, the tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter came to a stop as she stared at the Bronze Giant. A ball of flame ignited on the Bronze Giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the Bronze Giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the Bronze Giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move, Fire Prison. Amidst the flames, the Bronze Giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 He tribe elders that formed the Bronze Giant were astonished. When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful, even our unstoppable Ching Ching couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against. However, the four old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the angry bird attack that had struck the bronze giant's chest, and the place where the fire prison had just burned was the bronze giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when two or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power, or effect resonance. Angry Bird and Fire Prison. These two immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The Blazing Sky Demoness first used the Angry Bird to bombard the bronze giant before using Fire Prison, immediately trapping Ching Ching unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the four elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the Fire Prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Tao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Tao marks. The Angry Bird landed on the bronze giant's chest, leaving behind fire path Tao marks for a short period of time. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these fire path Tao marks as a foundation. She activated Fire Prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the bronze giant temporarily. A Gu immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire Path, Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary Gu immortals could reach. Roar. The bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time. It was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Lishan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Pear Garden in Mountain. The ground started to shake. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge. The terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge. A mound started to rise. Soon, this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually, the mound stopped rising, as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding 1,000 li, because of Fairy Lishan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant. It was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the 4 elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Lishan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Lishan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me it is because of minuscule mountain? Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Lishan's pear garden in mountain is similar to Hetaru. It has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Gu Immortal's Tao marks are permanently expended. Thus, in history, Fairy Lishan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Rinzhu recorded that the mountain was filled with abundant Tao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it in her immortal aperture, and the Tao marks on Minuscule Mountain became her foundation. They were used and expended by her. Thus, Pear Garden in Mountain's power was so terrifying, it far surpassed Fang Yuan's knowledge in his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were rank 7 Gu immortals. Their ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was ranked 3rd in the world. But Fairy Li Shan used Minuscule Mountain to use Pear Garden in Mountain. Even the bronze giant that was comparable to rank 8 was imprisoned. She controlled the situation immediately. Fang Yuan and the rest were already floating in the air looking down. The bronze giant was tall, but it was still shorter than the surrounding mountain peaks. Fairy Li Shan had already stopped controlling it, but the transformation of Pear Garden and Mountain was still continuing. In the valley formed by the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees stood tall. The tree roots were like countless green snakes, crawling and spreading rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, drifting with the wind like snow. Behind the bronze giant, a pair of thick and huge bronze wings grew. One of the 4 elders of He tribe cultivated transformation path. Thus, the bronze giant had such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was refined, its methods would be fixed, and ancient battle formations had different battle methods according to the abilities of the Gu immortals who used them. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage. However, countless thick roots had already bound the bronze giant's legs tightly. Humph! The bronze giant let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the luster on its body changed. It was like a fire was burning in the deepest part of its body. Its originally moss-covered bronze body had now turned into a dark red bronze body. Dark Path and Fire Path dual immortal killer move. Dark Ember. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, deafening to the ears. A dark red, translucent shockwave. It burst out from the bronze giant's body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, the thick tree roots that were entangled together were like burning paper, turning into ashes. Boom! 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 The bronze giant shook 3 times. 3 powerful shockwaves swept away all the surrounding restraints. At once, dust clouds rumbled, the mountain shook, countless rocks fell. The powerful and ferocious aura caused Fairy Li Shan to take a small step back. He Lulan did not seem to feel it. Her fierce gaze was fixed on one of the bronze giant's hands. In this giant hand, her father, He Cheng, was imprisoned. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He had gradually figured it out. It was clear that Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today's plan was to kill He Cheng, and it was also targeted at him, Fang Yuan. I wanted to kill He Lulan, but I was tricked by them first. Fang Yuan looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before this, he had never thought that the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would have such a close relationship with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, turning his gaze away. He was in danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would bring him trouble, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was an obstacle he could not overcome. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness definitely knew about it. Now is not the time to act rashly. Since they did not attack me directly, there is still room for discussion. Moreover, even if I escape, it is useless. I have joined Zombie Alliance now, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Most importantly, there is also the information path, Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. It was laughable that Fang Yuan had asked Fairy Lishan for advice on how to get out of the zombie alliance agreement. This means that my identity as Xingxiang Zi has been exposed. Since He Lulan already knows that I have star path cultivation with her intelligence, she must have guessed that I have already taken star form, blessed land for myself. He Lulan called Fairy Lishan Little Ant. I thought it was just an affectionate nickname, like Big Brother or Little Brother. To think that it was really Little Ant. There is still Great Ant above Little Ant. And to think that He Lulan's Great Ant has such a huge origin. Chapter 950. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually He Lulan's aunt. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan's battle strength was at most rank 7. Against He Lulan, Fang Yuan had the advantage, but she had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be on guard against her counterattack. Against Fairy Lishan, they could only be evenly matched. Once Fairy Lishan's immortal battlefield killer move was used, Fang Yuan would be at a disadvantage. He could not afford to be hit by this move. Against Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was at a huge disadvantage. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal goo, his bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level could not compare to his rank 8 cultivation level. Even a rank 7 goo immortal could not fight against a rank 8. Feng Joga was an exception. He was the only one in Central Continent in the past 1,000 years. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The enemy was so strong, Fang Yuan was in an absolute disadvantage. The only thing I can rely on now is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Lishan and He Lulan back then. Allies can't kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Earlier, he had felt that this alliance agreement was a hindrance, but now he had to rely on it. However, Fairy Lishan is an information path goo immortal. This alliance agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the strength to suppress me, but she has not done anything yet. If Fairy Lishan really wanted to kill me, she would not have set up this situation. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my identity. Why did she sponsor me to refine star thought immortal goo? This shows that they do not want to take my life. They have other motives. As for what they were after, Fang Yuan had a vague understanding. Overall, Fang Yuan's current situation was not life-threatening. This was also the reason why he did not move and did not try to escape. Right when Fang Yuan was thinking about his safety, the trapped bronze giant in the pear orchard raised its head and roared. After a few killer moves in Ember, countless pear trees in the valley were reduced to ashes. Although they continued to grow from the soil, it would take some time for them to reach the feet of the bronze giant. Seizing this opportunity, another 2 pairs of bronze wings sprouted from the bronze giant's back. At the same time, the bronze giant's entire body changed. Its originally wide head turned into the head of an eagle, and its entire body became tall and slender. His hands and feet turned into sharp claws. The 3 pairs of giant wings flapped in unison. At the same time, the bronze giant bent its knees, stomped on the ground, and soared into the sky. The ground trembled, and a huge pit appeared. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, mixed with countless ashes. This time, the bronze giant was no longer entangled by the tree roots, but had just risen into the air. The 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force pulling the bronze giant, not letting it go far away. This is He tribe's 4 elders were shocked. Every time the bronze giant ascended, it would exert a powerful suction force. It would skyrocket by 10 times. The bronze giant was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard the 3 pairs of wings flapped, the speed of the giant's ascent became slower and slower until it slowly climbed up. It was like a snail. At its limit, it could not go more than 30 meters above the ground. Boom! Another sound. The bronze giant landed on the ground again. He tribe's 4 elders were silent. Needless to say, anyone could guess it. Their expressions were ashen right now. This was the true power of Pear Orchard in the Mountain. Fairy Lishan mainly cultivated Information Path, while Dual cultivating Earth and Wood Path. Pear Orchard in the Mountain was a battlefield killer move that combined Earth Path and Wood Path. Pear blossoms were like snow entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Lishan used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original Pear Orchard in the Mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage. Even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Go Immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense. Only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it. The deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer move. Phoenix feathered triple wing blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. Hey, Tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the goo formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless goo worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. Hei Cheng, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demoness. Hei Cheng wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden. Soon he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Lishan's hands. Let him go. Hey, Tribes for old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back. Like they were floating out of the water, they turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense with the amplification of the ancient battle formation. It displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell. Grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Lishan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fang Yuan, He Lulan, Fairy Lishan, and Hei Cheng. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing heaven demoness, movement killer move. It was extremely fast. Hey Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But Hey Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down. They had to chase. Hey Chung was acting as Hey Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling Hey Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a superforce, their Gu immortal was kidnapped by someone else. Hey Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face if they did not teach Blazing Heaven Demoness a lesson. In the future, they would have to face other superforces, the righteous path and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. Hey Tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison was already lost. If Hey Chung was kidnapped, Hey Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. Hey Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. Hey Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of Hey Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. Hey Tribe's Gu immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. Hey Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it, our headquarters cannot be lost. The Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Go. We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared. The muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. Hey Tribe is not chasing us. We're safe. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding 10 li was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Fong Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side. You two really hid it from me." "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Fong Yuan had occupied Star Form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xingxiang Zi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you. I am willing to do anything for you. Keeping me alive is more useful to you." Hey Chung struggled to get up. He had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing Heaven Demoness removed the fire chains from the others. Only Hey Ching was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Fong Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at Hey Chung as she scolded. "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman." "Oh." Hey Chung knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, "I am willing to do anything for you. I am willing to tell you all of Hey Tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor Hey Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian heir get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything." But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. Hey Ching turned to Blazing Heaven Demoness. I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian'er, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. He tribe was a super force. It had a long history. Their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals. They were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. After you sing, I will appear. He Qing begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 blazing heaven demoness, against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him. Using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully, he had He Fan's inheritance. He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But blazing heaven demoness smiled coldly. Looking at He Lulan, she said in a gentle tone, "Your life is not mine. Whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lon. Little Lon, do whatever you want. Little Lon, do whatever you want." I have already restrained He Cheng. He is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lon, listen to me. He Cheng knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related. Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit He Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jianyu to protect you. You cannot deny this. Oh. He Lulan looked down at He Cheng. Seeing his panicked expression, she frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then, she fiercely kicked He Cheng. I will only ask you one question. He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know. He Cheng seemed to see hope in living. He Lulan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice, Mother loved you so much. She trusted you so much. She knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much, how could you do it in the end? He Cheng was stunned. He was originally on the ground. Tied up, he was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by He Lulan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing He Cheng's muddy hair. His eyes turned red. The scenes of him and Su Xian'er loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me? But I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Sob, 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 sob. After answering, He Cheng no longer had the strength to support his body. He fell to the ground. He was like an old dog or a rotten prawn, curled up, sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. He Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as He Cheng's intermittent sobbing. He Cheng's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death, there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 Venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Feng Yuan only knew. Since ancient times, no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time, emotions surged out of He Lulan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Su Xian'er, He Lulan's mother, Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Su Xian'er died, she left He Lulan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, He Lulan was able to activate immortal Gu even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing heaven demoness eyes were also red. She showed guilt and regret on her face. He Lulan lowered her head, looking at He Cheng indifferently, as if she was in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated behind He Lulan. She stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly, "Let him go! Look at how pitiful he is. After killing me, he has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No. Even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death. Even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go. Letting him go is letting yourself go. Shaolan, don't live in hatred. Don't live in the past. You should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father. It is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation. It leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good." He Lulan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Next, she raised her foot. She stomped down. Like what blazing heaven demoness had said, He Cheng was as weak as a mortal. Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon. His brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian'er was stunned. Next, she looked at He Lulan as she turned around, saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, Mother! Just like how you knew back then, but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die? I am not that weak." Shaolan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Shaolan. Blazing heaven demoness muttered. She wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. So that's it, I think I understand. Feng Yuan had been observing their expressions. Chapter 951. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioga. To Feng Kim Hong, there was no news of her father. He was trapped in an outer region. It was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink. She was not in the right state of cultivation. She wiped her face with tears. She was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim Hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely. Only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface, she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter!" A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Hong turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother!" Feng Kim Hong could not hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Hong gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right?" Feng Kim Hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Ching did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her. She shook her head. Even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father? Huang, or don't cry. Let me tell you a story. This was a story from the legends of Ren Zhu. It was said that Ren Zhu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Feathermen will not be bound. Ren Zhu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Ren Zhu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, was like this. His daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, was also like this. At this time, Self-Gu in Ren Zhu's heart spoke. "Oh, human, you want to save your son, Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Ren Zhu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh, what method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate-Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness-Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way, you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son, Verdant Great Sun, onto your path and leave the gate of life and death. You will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son, Verdant Great Sun, will be able to escape death and obtain a new life." Ren Zhu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son, Verdant Great Sunday. Ren Zhu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beast man. This beast man was very strong. His muscles were like rocks. His fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over! Don't come over! I'm scared." Ren Zhu felt strange. He asked, "Oh, beast man, what are you afraid of?" The beast man said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It is always following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around. I'm tired, thirsty, and hungry. I cannot hold on any longer." Ren Zhu felt it was funny. "Oh, Beastman, you have such a strong body, but you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Ren Zhu. "Oh, human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my Fear-Gu, he. Fear-Gu?" Ren Zhu took a step back, his expression changing. Once Fear-Gu appeared, Ren Zhu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear-Gu laughed even more arrogantly before saying to the beast-man, "I will let you off for now, little beast-man, you pitiful worm." The beast-man was freed. He collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear-Gu turned around, facing Ren Zhu. "Oh, human, you dare to look down on my Fear-Gu. Now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the Fear-Gu directly entered Ren Zhu's heart. Ren Zhu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this and afraid of that. Fear-Gu made him afraid of wind. Every time there was wind, Ren Zhu would scream in fear. Fear-Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Ren Zhu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day, he would go into caves or hide under the shade of trees. Fear-Gu made Ren Zhu afraid of leaves. Thus Ren Zhu left the forest. Any tree could make him scream. Fear-Gu made Ren Zhu afraid of snakes. In the end, Ren Zhu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, Fear-Gu made Ren Zhu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Ren Zhu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Ren Zhu wanted to go to the door of life and death. But after being poisoned by Fear-Gu, he could not move far. When Fear-Gu understood Ren Zhu's goal, it made Ren Zhu afraid of death. Ren Zhu did not dare to go to the door of life and death. because entering the door of life and death. It was walking from life to death. Rinzhu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Gu sighed. Oh, human, death is not scary. What is scary is the fear in your heart. That's right. Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, only my fear itself is worth being afraid of. After Fairy Bai Ching finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Ching looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, Huang Er, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead, he might not be dead. One day, I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart. Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Ching. She gritted her teeth. Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate. I will no longer have fear in my heart. No matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it. Face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong. How can I embarrass my parents? He, such a good child. Fairy Bai Ching concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system, expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically. The other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents. There would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Ching's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Ji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jioga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Ching almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Ching. Fairy Bai Ching loved Feng Jioga deeply. She naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him, but she painstakingly endured and suppressed the strong impulse. She had a child. Feng Jioga was so powerful, but there was no news of him. She could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Ching's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now, He Cheng's soul was also captured. He would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture. I will take it out temporarily. Little An, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights. Once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Don't look at me like that. This aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. I learned his aperture-taking method and created this Fire Path Immortal Killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. All right, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Chapter 952. All right, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Feng Yuan's heart shook, but Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "No rush, I am waiting for someone." "Oh, who?" Fairy Li Shan was surprised. "It's me." A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk. They turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength. If he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. Old Ancestor Shua Hu, He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader. Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry. She had a surprised expression. The person had an old face, but he was in good spirits. His snow-white beard was very thick, it reached his feet. Right now, his aura was concealed. There was no aura left. He was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried. They were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. After the Battle of Rank 8s, he was even called the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal. Old Ancestor Shua Hu. Facing Old Ancestor Shua Hu. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness had calm expression. "Shua Hu, your gains were good, right?" Old Ancestor Shua Hu nodded, saying slowly, "Even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a super force with deep foundations. This time we infiltrated Iron Eagle Blessed Land and gained a lot." So it turned out, He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after Heicheng, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old Ancestor Shua, who sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land to collect Gu refinement materials, he plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely. They are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demoness actually allied with Old Ancestor Shua, who to deal with He tribe? Feng Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked Old Ancestor Shua who to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be able to escape so easily. As for Old Ancestor Shua Hu, his battle strength could be said to be #1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting Old Ancestor Shua Hu's weakness. Old Ancestor Shua Hu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials. Even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. All right, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them, but most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old Ancestor Shua, who waved his hand, and tens of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them, there was even a slumbering immortal zombie. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Old Ancestor Shua, who looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods. It used an unknown immortal killer moved to fall into slumber. Old Ancestor Shwe, whose actions were slightly bigger. The blazing glory, lightning brilliance, immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation. The immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Shwe, who is a trustworthy person. Then, according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain. Both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Shwe, whose eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled. Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there, now that Hay Tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle blessed land again. After this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain Hay Fan's time path inheritance in the blessed land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack Hay Tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed, loudly clapping. Good. I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old Ancestor Shwe, who nodded. His figure gradually dissipated after a few breaths of time. He vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shwe, who did not even glance at Hay Cheng's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shwe, who were still locked in battle. But now they were actually talking about working together again, being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand. This was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shwe, who is known as the #1 Goo Immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demoness. But this time he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Fong Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Goo Immortals were also humans. They cared about benefits. In fact, Goo Immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Goo Immortals would not do this. Goo Immortals wanted to develop themselves well, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while, the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Goo Immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like Old Ancestor Shwe, who and Blazing Heaven Demoness could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Goo Immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu worked together to fight against Old Ancestor Shwe Hu, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No, both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that Old Ancestor Shwe Hu won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu stopped, because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing, but there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action, because be it Old Ancestor Shwe Hu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. This time, both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or Old Ancestor Shwe Hu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, physique, immortal zombie body, and the immortal zombie bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered Hay Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the super-force He tribe. He tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say He tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of He tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gua mortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that old ancestor Shui, who had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Feng Yuan. Now, let's talk about you, Feng Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Feng Yuan by his name, and no longer called him Xingxiangzi. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Feng Yuan's heart surged. Feng Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you 3 have to say. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Cheng. Moreover, they schemed against He tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Feng Yuan to take a step back so that their plans would succeed. But now, it seemed that Feng Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, Feng Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands. So what? Feng Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Feng Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death? The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan was exposed, Feng Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew Xingxiang Zi's true identity, why did she fund Feng Yuan to refine star thought immortal Gu? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier, rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Feng Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these 3 female immortals looked like a family. They had a close relationship. But in reality, the relationship between the 3 was really subtle. They were not completely united. When Feng Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus, he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Feng Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demoness' brows furrowed even tighter. Feng Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Feng Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength, immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness' bottom line was very low. Back then, she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Feng Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal Gu like him. Self-strength immortal Gu was already refined by Feng Yuan. He only needed a thought to destroy it. Chapter 953. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a time path injury. She heard about He Fan's time path inheritance and placed her hopes on it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness started to plot and control Su tribe. She made her 3rd sister change her name to Su Xian'er and purposely got close to He Cheng before entering He tribe. He Cheng and Su Xian'er fell in love and became Gu immortals. Su Xian'er's night elopement also became a legend. Su Xian'er did not forget her mission. She investigated the truth and He Fan's inheritance. She was gradually exposed in the process. He tribe investigated and found out about Fairy Li Shan. They thought it was Snowy Mountain scheme. Su Xian'er fell in love with He Cheng. She did not leave He tribe. Next, He Cheng secretly killed Su Xian'er to prolong his lifespan. After learning about their third sister's death, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan were extremely sad. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness. She felt that it was her fault that caused their third sister's death. Next, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness fell out completely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was filled with guilt and regret, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She was also the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no choice but to go to Eastern Sea. She passed through the regional wall and almost died. In Eastern Sea, she followed the clues she found in Northern Plains and found some fortuitous encounters. For example, a portion of old Immortal Kong Jew's inheritance gave Blazing Heaven Demoness a method to seize other people's immortal apertures. These fortuitous encounters were of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. They healed her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan accepted He Lulan, she taught and supported her cultivation and watched He Lulan grow. Fairy Li Shan gradually let go of the hatred in her heart. She hoped that He Lulan could receive better care. Recently, Fairy Li Shan calmed down completely. She used information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. They started to communicate. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xingxiang Zi's identity. She started to plot. Fang Yuan was about to refine star thought immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness made a contract with Fang Yuan. When she borrowed the power of Zombie Alliance to return to Northern Plains, the guilt and remorse that had accumulated in her heart for countless years was finally vented on He Lulan. She wanted to do everything she could to make it up to He Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made all those years ago. She put herself in He Lulan's shoes and supported He Lulan. What was more important to He Lulan? Undoubtedly, it was self-strength immortal goo. First, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked the strength path. Self-strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo. It was most suitable for He Lulan. Secondly, self-strength immortal goo was something that Su Xian'er left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was not just a simple rank 6 immortal goo. It had an extremely important commemorative meaning. Therefore, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had to think of a way. He wanted to take back self-strength immortal goo for He Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness had learned about Fang Yuan. She was shocked by Fang Yuan's craftiness, but at the same time, she saw a shadow of herself in Fang Yuan. On one hand, Fang Yuan was skilled in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was willing to risk his life. He did not fear death. To put it nicely, he was brave and fierce. To put it bluntly, he was ruthless and unruly. If I can't get any benefits, you can't have an easy time either. Fight when you have to. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as Blazing Heaven Demoness, who destroyed the immemorial 9 Heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan's immortal goo refinement and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Fang Yuan were all owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness by Fang Yuan. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the immortal goo, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt, and the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would collect interest. If Fang Yuan refined the immortal goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. The any immortal goo was crucial. Blazing Heaven Demoness was after the self-strength immortal Gu in Feng Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Feng Yuan's attitude, blazing heaven demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength immortal Gu in your possession. Return the immortal Gu to Little Lon. It is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, blazing heaven demoness would have done so long ago. It would not be so troublesome. But even as a fire path great grandmaster, she could not snatch the immortal Gu. The Gu worm was already refined by Feng Yuan. He only needed to think about it, and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Shui, who, his ice path attainment level was not low. But he could not take away the mysterious immortal Gu in the blazing glory, lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body. Unless a wisdom path Gu immortal made a move and suppressed Feng Yuan, to the point where Feng Yuan could not even think about it. Or theft path had great accomplishment. Theft path was the path that thieving heaven demon Venerable created. His signature immortal killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless Gu immortals. Blazing heaven demoness, Fairy Lishan, and Hei Lulon did not have wisdom path methods. Theft path had always been non-mainstream, even though thieving heaven demon Venerable was the one who created it. Other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If blazing heaven demoness and the other two immortals had theft path methods, they could directly steal the immortal Gu in Feng Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small, especially when Feng Yuan had wisdom path attainment to begin with. Blazing heaven demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing heaven demoness directly asked for self-strength immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was silent. Blazing heaven demoness reason was not a reason. Feng Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal Gu was very appropriate. If not for Feng Yuan saving Hei Lulon, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say Feng Yuan was Hei Lulon's benefactor, but Feng Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it. There was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then, when Feng Yuan saved Hei Lulon, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, blazing heaven demoness and Hei Lulon would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of blazing heaven demoness extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant. My strength is too low. Feng Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal Gu. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak. He was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card, it is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Lishan is an information path Gu immortal. When she snatched Dong Fong Blessed Land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that immortal Gu are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, blazing heaven demoness and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing heaven demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that blazing glory, lightning brilliance immortal zombie who fell into old ancestor Shui, whose hands? The third card is Zishan Makoto. Hei Lulon and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then, I used this lie to deceive Tai by Yunsheng. But to think that at this moment it has become my greatest trump card. Feng Yuan was not wrong at all. After blazing heaven demoness learned of Zishan Makoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Makoto's mysteriousness made blazing heaven demoness feel some wariness. If Zishan Makoto was a rank 8 Gu immortal, capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing heaven demoness had just found trouble with old ancestor Shui, Ahu. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Shui. Even if Zishan Makoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple, and a sect. Fang Yuan called himself a junior disciple. He had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Makoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Makoto? He Lulan and Fairy Lishan were completely kept in the dark. The blazing heaven demoness had obtained information from them, and had also been led into a huge pit. Fang Yuan was silent. This made the blazing heaven demoness a little impatient, and she urged, Fang Yuan, if you have any requests, you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer blazing heaven demoness' question. Instead, he asked, Did you tamper with the goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine star, thought immortal goo? Blazing heaven demoness smiled. Of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fang Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine goo, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing heaven demoness answered. That's because your fire path attainment has not reached the great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Tao marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few Tao marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement. It will destroy the refinement. Blazing heaven demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded, how could she threaten Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not linger on this topic. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength immortal goo, but I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Lishan and He Lolan's spirits rose. Blazing heaven demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. She clapped. Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Lishan was an information path Goo immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Fang Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing heaven demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued. Secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal goo, this is not a problem. Blazing heaven demoness was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 954. He Lulan was protected by the blazing heaven demoness, so Fang Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade blessed land was not enough, a high grade blessed land was also very good. For this, Fang Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary strength path immortal zombie corpses. And in Northern Plains, who could be more capable than blazing heaven demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course. Fang Yuan's excuse was also very dignified. If I give you self-strength immortal goo, I will not have any useful strength path immortal goo anymore. He had to refine a new strength path immortal goo to replace it. And this immortal goo recipe needs a large number of strength path immortal zombie corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. It also prevented blazing heaven demoness from refusing. The blazing heaven demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestor Shui who had returned, there were many strength path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Fang Yuan, then Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old Ancestor Shwe, who made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard, against a rank 8 enemy. Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old Ancestor Shwe, who also understood this, after knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought to herself, I can give all of my Strength Path immortal zombie bodies to Feng Yuan. This matter could be pushed to old Ancestor Shwe, who, no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Feng Yuan wants to use a Strength Path immortal zombie to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine. Failure was normal. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head, saying to Feng Yuan, if your goo refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying Strength Path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of Zombie Alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this? You name a number. If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Feng Yuan thought for a moment and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a Strength Path immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of Strength Path immortal zombies obtained by Feng Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine goo 3 times. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Feng Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Feng Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the Blazing Heaven Demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return self-strength immortal goo to you on the spot. Feng Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now it's time to state my conditions. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness, next, words surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine star, thought immortal goo. Feng Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Feng Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Feng Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Feng Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. but now it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, blazing heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, blazing heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises, other than giving people a lively feeling. She also became even more domineering. Blazing heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. "Big sister, be careful of your injuries." Blazing heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small. But when she saw Fang Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into blazing heaven immortal zombie body. Blazing heaven Demoness said, "The time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way. I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier. I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier." Nirvana Fire? Fang Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier, he did not care about it because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard blazing heaven Demoness words, Fang Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. "If I use the life and death immortal aperture revival method, I will become a normal goo immortal. My remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom goo will not be able to be used, because even under the light of wisdom, my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture, the life and death immortal aperture revival method can only be used once. It cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method, I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. That would be great. I can use wisdom goo even better." Blazing heaven Demoness observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out immortal goo, saying to Fang Yuan, "This is my third request. You have to accept this gift." If it was an ordinary mortal goo, Fang Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal goo that blazing heaven Demoness took out made Fang Yuan's gaze focus. He could not move it away. There was no other reason. This mortal goo had extraordinary value. Even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was lifespan goo. Blazing heaven Demoness continued. "Fang Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This lifespan goo can increase your lifespan by 60 years. After you return to your human form, you will not become an old man." Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing heaven Demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Fang Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method. It could allow Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie and use wisdom goo freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo. It was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been searching for. These 3 requests, rather than saying that they were blazing heaven Demoness conditions, they were alluring Fang Yuan. Facing this huge temptation, while Fang Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood. Blazing heaven Demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus, he cupped his fists towards blazing heaven Demoness, saying solemnly, I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request. Feng Yuan could not reject it, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Feng Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Feng Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one, she was interested in the guts goo business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of guts goo. Thirdly, and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yunxing could cooperate with her and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal goo to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Feng Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal goo, or the deduction of incomplete immortal goo recipes, and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Feng Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto, for a deep discussion. Feng Yuan pondered for a long time, thinking carefully. He could totally let go of the first request. The eerie fire dragon python belonged to the fire path. It might be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but to Feng Yuan it was dispensable. Second, Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to get involved in the guts goo trade and push Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House down. Feng Yuan could agree to that. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, the guts goo trade might expand. Third, Feng Yuan could ask Tai Bai Yunxing for help. The latter would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. Fourth, regarding fixed immortal travel, it was the same. Feng Yuan would not lend immortal goo. At most, he would travel with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Feng Yuan agreed to the fifth request. Chapter 955. Central Continent Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces, there was an old tower standing tall. This tower was covered in scars. It had over 3 million years of history. It was famous. It was the immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path, goo formation. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge goo formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court goo immortals let out a breath of air. Their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lien Jiusheng's body shook. He could not stand stably. He directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Tsang Shui's forehead was full of sweat. Bai Chun Tian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 immortal goo fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the goo formation, Bai Tsang Shui and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step. That was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless. A human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation, where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally, they succeeded. All right, this time, the repair of Fate Immortal Goo was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the goo formation, at Fate Immortal Goo floating in the air. This was Fate Immortal Goo. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body. It had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. By Chen Tian sighed. With this successful restoration, Fate Goo can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lian Jiuxing said excitedly, "Oh, what is its use?" Bai Tsang Shui didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired. He smiled in relief. Fate Immortal Goo's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon, Venerable destroyed Fate Immortal Goo, the world became chaotic. Right now, Fate Immortal Goo had 50% of its power. Its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains, the blazing heaven demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Fang Yuan replied to the blazing heaven demoness. As for the sixth request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Makoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. After patiently discussing, both sides set a new alliance agreement on the spot. This alliance agreement was hard to violate. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experience to avoid any loopholes in the alliance agreement. It greatly increased the difficulty of violating it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Lishan had information path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would need at least 2 to 3 years of preparation. Only then could she violate it. Furthermore, Fairy Lishan was not an information path Great Grandmaster yet. After the alliance agreement was signed, Fang Yuan's safety was guaranteed. He followed the agreement. In front of his 2 aunts, he returned self-strength Immortal Goo to He Lulan. Even though he lost self-strength Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan was still satisfied with the result of the negotiation. Frankly speaking, the negotiation led by Blazing Heaven Demoness was not harsh at all. Fang Yuan's unwillingness to hand over self-strength Immortal Goo was another matter. It could not be discussed for now. Fang Yuan's gains this time were already very high. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not touch Fang Yuan's Who Immortal Blessed Land, Star Form Blessed Land, Danghan Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention the Time Luck Immortal Goo that she obtained from Fairy Lishan. This showed that she truly wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan, be it Wisdom Path Attainment or Fixed Immortal Travel. Fang Yuan's value was huge. If they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not act forcefully. After all, in her heart, there was still a Zishan Makoto standing behind Fang Yuan. He Lulan received self-strength Immortal Goo. With Fang Yuan's conscious backing down, she quickly refined it. Returning the item to its owner, He Lulan sighed as she activated her Immortal Goo. At once, her body shook 3 times, forming 3 Strength Path Phantoms. These 3 Strength Path Phantoms no longer looked like the boorish men from before. Instead, they looked extremely similar to He Lulan, and their figures were almost identical beauties. Fairy Lishan saw this and was overjoyed. Little An, you have finally resolved your biggest problem. You have found your true self. He Lulan nodded happily. After she killed He Chung personally, she felt like her world had changed. Her breathing became much smoother. She felt like she had a new life. These strength path phantoms in front of her were solid proof. Hey Lulan smiled, turning to blazing heaven demoness. Aunt, don't you want Hey Fan's time path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing heaven demoness heard Hey Lulan call her aunt. Her body shook in excitement. She knew that Hey Lulan hated her. After all, back then, if not for her injuries, Hey Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself in the process of gathering information. In a way, blazing heaven demoness was Hey Lulan's mother's killer. Hey Lulan continued. Next, I will return to Hey Tribe and infiltrate it. Next, I will activate Hey Fan's inheritance and inherit it. No. Blazing heaven demoness and fairy Li Shan rejected her in unison. Hey Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then, Su Xian'er died because of this. Hey Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian'er's footsteps. How could the two aunts allow the tragedy to repeat itself? Aunts, don't worry. I have been planning for this for a long time. Hey Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The four supreme elders, after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. Hey Cheng's death has caused Hey Tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days, there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with Hey Tribe. After all, Hey Tribe strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate Hey Tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This super force should have a new master. Hey Lulan's ambition was so great that even Feng Yuan was shocked. Old ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal a batch of resources. He even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent Hey Tribe from taking revenge. Hey Lulan, however, wanted to take over Hey Tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing heaven demoness tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. Hey Lulan looked at the two aunts fearlessly, smiling. I know aunts care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made. I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other, speechless. Hey Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her aunts and Feng Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. All right, you can rest assured. Hey Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal goo. Attitude goo? At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Feng Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu and was one of the immortal goo that Feng Yuan was pursuing. Because attitude goo was the core immortal goo of familiar face. Feng Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. If he fused attitude goo into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled expression. This goo was once in Hey Fan's hands. Hey Fan doted on his granddaughter, Hey Feng Yu, and gave attitude goo to her. Hey Feng Yu was spoiled rotten. As a mortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal goo. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious goo immortal and disappeared without a trace. Attitude goo also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. Hey Lulan's lips curled up. She played with attitude goo in her hands. That's right. I obtained this attitude goo from the northern icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains? Wait, don't tell me. That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain because I obtained clues about attitude goo. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue attitude goo. Haha, I will not talk about the details. Hey Lulon explained. Fairy Lishan was surprised. She sized up Hey Lulon again, her heart filled with complex emotions. There was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that Hey Lulon had subdued attitude goo, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Lishan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed in her heart. Hey Lulon wore her mask and said plainly, "From today onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon." Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped her hands and laughed. Wonderful! With attitude goo and the genuine Hey tribe bloodline, there's a lot of room for success. Fang Yuan was shaken. Don't tell me Hey Lulon is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 956. Fang Yuan looked at Hey Lulon with rapt attention. Hey Lulon was wearing a mask. Her appearance had already changed greatly. She was wearing a black gold armor. She had short hair and shining eyes, giving off a heroic aura. She had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She looked exactly the same as the Fairy Black Moon that Fang Yuan had seen in the 500 years of his previous life. Attitude goo does not affect my eyes, but my heart. What I see now is still Hey Lulon wearing attitude goo. But what I feel in my heart is the appearance of another person. There's no such coincidence in this world. It seems that Hey Lulon is Fairy Black Moon without a doubt. After Fang Yuan thought of this, he finally understood the inside story of the 500 years of his previous life. In his previous life, Hey Lulon became the victor of the imperial court contest. She was a tyrant in history and was assassinated. But the truth was she did not die. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the current generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After that, she returned to Northern Plains and led Central Continent's Goo Immortals to destroy 88 Point Jinyang Tower, destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Goo Immortal world. Then, how did Hey Lulon get in contact with Spirit Affinity House? Fang Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. Hey Lulon succeeded in the contest and entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, obtaining Mo Yao's will. But under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how much influence Mo Yao's will had, Fang Yuan did not know, but his intuition told him that this should be the truth of history. But in this life, because of Fang Yuan's interference after rebirth, the situation became chaotic. Mo Yao's will influenced Fang Yuan and almost caused Fang Yuan to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already created a huge influence on Central Continent in the future. The butterfly effect was truly unimaginable. But now, Hey Lulon is still in Northern Plains. Then, who will Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House choose to take on the role of fairy? Will it be Feng Kim Hong? Fang Yuan let his thoughts run wild. He felt that, in this life, Hey Lulon was no longer here. Feng Kim Hong was the most likely candidate to inherit the fairy's position. Zhao Lianyin, you will be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you can successfully inherit this inheritance. Standing at the entrance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path, Goo Immortal, Su Hao said to Zhao Lianyin. Zhao Lianyin looked at the door formed by a huge circle of light, and a determined expression appeared on her face. I don't care about the current generation fairy. I just want to save Brother Ma Hongyin as soon as possible. Zhao Lianyin looked at the door formed from a huge ring of light, showing a determined expression. I don't care about the fairy of the current generation. I only want to save Brother Ma Hongyin as soon as possible. Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning was standing beside Su Hao and smiled charmingly. Cute little sister, This is thieving heaven's inheritance. As long as you succeed in inheriting it, then you will have the strength. If you save your brother lover, there's a high chance of success. Zhao Lianyun blushed, but her eyes were clear. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to fool. Zhao Lianyun asked, I am only immortal. Can this inheritance let me immediately ascend and become a Gu immortal? The female Gu immortal Li Juning was stumped. In fact, she did not know the details of the inheritance. She looked at the male Gu immortal Su Hao and continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun. Even if you do not ascend immediately, after inheriting thieving heaven's inheritance, you will be the strongest competitor for Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Don't look down on this position. As long as you become the current generation fairy, you will be able to borrow the sex strength. Go save your brother. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only a super force like us can deal with old ancestor Shui, Hu, and save your brother Ma Hongyan. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not say anything else. She walked into the light door with firm steps and vanished. Do you think she can succeed? Fairy disillusionment, Li Juning sighed, showing a worried expression. Su Hao was confident. I have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If she cannot succeed, who can? She paused. Su Hao continued. I know you are worried that the inheritance will have a difficult test, but Zhao Lianyun is only a mortal. She might not be able to pass it. But you really do not know much about this. After all these years of research, I have already confirmed thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance tests qualifications the most. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can inherit the inheritance without any dangers or other tests. I wonder how much Zhao Lianyun will grow after inheriting this inheritance. Li Juning heard her husband's words and felt more at ease. She smiled. Even if Zhao Lianyun becomes an immortal immediately, I will not be surprised. You know, this is thieving heaven demon Venerable's doing. Hee. Compared to ascending to an immortal directly, I would rather obtain his formless hands. Back then, if I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have lost to Feng Joga. Su Hao said this as he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an obscure light of hatred. Any organization would have internal strife. Spirit Affinity House was naturally not an exception. After Feng Joga disappeared, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House had tacitly made things difficult for Fairy Baiqing. And this couple, Su Hao and Li Juning, were the main faction of the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning smiled as she consoled her husband. Some time ago, Heaven's Envy Manor spread bad news. Ao Shui and Ling Mei, the 2 Gu immortals, are confirmed dead. And there is no news of Feng Joga. He has been missing for so many days. I'm afraid he is already dead. Why bother with a dead person? Su Hao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Back then, Feng Joga was so awe-inspiring, his words were practically absolute in the sect. He suppressed us for so many years. I was sent here to comprehend thieving heaven's inheritance, because he wanted to push me out of the center of power. But fortunately, I became the person who understood thieving heaven's inheritance the most. I was in charge of this matter and had the highest authority. Otherwise, how could we openly control Zhao Lianyun? Li Juning nodded repeatedly. Right now, Feng Kim Hong is the most popular candidate to become the current generation fairy. But Zhao Lianyun has emerged as a new force. She has become the most threatening competitor to Feng Kim Hong. If we can help her ascend, not only can we suppress that bitch Baiqing, we can also use her power to regain our authority. Zhao Lianyun had just arrived, but she had already fallen into the whirlpool of Spirit Affinity House's power struggle. She had become a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for power. As the saying goes, in the world one had no choice. Su Hao was about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused. He was extremely shocked. Oh! She came out so fast. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared out of nowhere. Su Hao's tone was anxious as he said, "Thieving Heaven's inheritance has disappeared. This means she has succeeded. Is it really that simple?" Even though he had done a lot of research and was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel jealous at this moment. Li Juning had already hurried over. Zhao Lianyun had completely left the inheritance space, but at this moment she was still somewhat muddle-headed and confused. How was it? Did you succeed or not? What did he inherit? Li Juning was anxious. Li Juning was anxious. She grabbed Zhao Lianyun's delicate shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned in pain. "I am not too sure." After I entered, the light was very dazzling. Then a will appeared. He told me to properly receive this rank 9 immortal killer move. Divine concealment. Divine concealment. Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Juning stared with wide-opened eyes. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun was very disappointed and anxious. "I have not become an immortal, nor have I undergone any other changes. Can I still save Big Brother Ma Hongyan?" Su Hao had already reacted. He laughed loudly, answering resolutely, "Of course you can." To think that this inheritance's true content was actually this. You can inherit divine concealment. This is truly a huge blessing. Rank 9 immortal killer moved divine concealment. Li Juning also sighed, sighing deeply. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path and stole all the treasures in the world. Nobody could predict or deduce him. Why? It is said that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 2 great defensive killer moves. One was called Divine Concealment. The other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyun stared with wide eyes. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Li Juning nodded. That's right. Divine concealment. Any thought, will, or emotion would not be able to guess your state and origin. Do you know what this means? Almost all wisdom path, gu immortals in the world. Almost all probing and deduction methods are inseparable from these 3 things: thoughts, will, and emotions. And you have divine concealment. You are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path, gu immortals. Rank 9 divine concealment. Only a rank 9 wisdom path, gu immortal, can deduce you successfully. Su Hao continued, "This is actually not the most amazing aspect. The most amazing aspect, even if I say it, you might not believe it, that is divine concealment. It can make a gu master immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities." Li Juning had a fascinated expression, but Zhao Lianyun was confused. Su Hao laughed. He understood that Zhao Lianyun was still immortal and not a gu immortal. He did not understand the meaning behind this. He patiently explained, "Providence is also a type of will. You have divine concealment. Since Providence cannot detect you, it will not send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped Providence's detection. In the future, when you ascend to gu immortal, you will not attract any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities." Back then, after Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created divine concealment, he no longer faced any calamities and tribulations. But this has its pros and cons. Calamities and tribulations are not completely useless. They are the main way for gu immortals to increase their Tao marks. In the future, even though you will not face any calamities or tribulations and will be extremely safe, you will not be able to increase your Tao marks through calamities and tribulations. Your accomplishments will be limited, unless you use Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's other methods to assist your cultivation. In historical records, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal Tao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved around as he probed. Divine concealment is so amazing. Then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who was speaking confidently, was stumped, while Li Juning also shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, while the latter is extremely mysterious. There have been many speculations and opinions, but they are all unreliable. There has never been a publicly acknowledged correct answer. Su Hao said. Li Juning said in an eerie tone. But since they are equally famous, they must be extraordinary. Zhao, Lianyun blinked, saying shocking words. Besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. The other thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luo Pa Valley, and the content of the inheritance, there is ghostly concealment. What? The second thieving heaven inheritance, and it is hidden in Luo Pa Valley. Su Hao and Li Juning were shocked and overjoyed. They looked at each other with bright light shining in their eyes. Chapter 9:57. Su Hao and Li Juning were very sharp. The news that Zhao Lianyun brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Juning thought of was not thieving heaven's inheritance, but Feng Zhouge. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu immortals, they were almost certain. The reason why Feng Zhouge went missing was probably because he was trapped in thieving heaven's inheritance. Thieving heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Zhouge. Su Hao was a wisdom path, Gu immortal. After deducing, he said, "Then what do we do now?" Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyan. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Zhouge to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Zhouge was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was undoubtedly the key to this rescue and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow, Giant City. Boom! With a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City, there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal Gu masters. It was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor, only Gu immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Fang Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star, thought immortal, Gu failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the refinement path Gu formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a formation path Gu immortal. He could not construct a refinement path Gu formation of this level. Fang Yuan tried to refine Star, thought immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of Gu refinement immortal materials. This time the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Fang Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps, when the Gu refinement failed. A violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path Gu formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the Gu immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal Gu masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Tao marks that are hard to control. These Tao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Tao marks can stabilize. That is rank 6-star thought immortal Gu. At this step, it is purely up to luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Tao marks, be it Gu masters, desolate beasts, or desolate plants, even if they had Tao marks. They had to use Gu worms to indirectly use the Tao marks. Thus, when Gu immortals refine Gu, they could not directly manipulate the Tao marks. They could not control the changes between the Tao marks either. This was an inappropriate analogy. Refining a rank 6 immortal Gu was like playing bowling. The Gu immortals' early preparation was to make the bowling ball in their hands move according to the trajectory they had planned. And at the end of the long path, there were 100 holes. Only when the bowling ball entered the correct hole could the Gu refinement succeed. The Gu immortal could at most guarantee that the bowling ball would roll according to their plan in the early and middle stages of the path. At the latter half of the path, the ground was uneven and full of holes. The bowling ball's rolling trajectory would change at will, and the Gu immortal could not influence it. Therefore, whether or not the bowling ball could get into the only hole depended on luck. Although Blazing Heaven Demoness is no longer tampering with immortal materials, her assistance is not free. I need to repay her. Refining immortal Gu is too difficult, and the success rate is too low. Maybe I can ask the land spirit of Lengya. He should have some powerful refinement path immortal Gu, or some special refinement path methods that can increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. In history, Long Hair Ancestor was known as the #1 immortal of all time in refinement path. The number of immortal Gu he refined in his life was shocking. Although Long Hair Ancestor died, he left behind the land spirit and the intact Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement failed again, and he was even injured. He decided to seek guidance from the land spirit of Lengya and seek a breakthrough, even if he had to pay a terrible price. I suggest you try refining a strength path immortal Gu first. At this time, Fairy Li Shan walked over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could not stay in Snowy Mountain, blessed land any longer. Ever since the battle of killing Heicheng, Fairy Li Shan had been staying in Dark Flow, Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was also exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a group of immortal zombies to obstruct the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain blessed land. They were very accurate and efficient. Actually, it was Fairy Li Shan who had secretly leaked the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster. Although she was bound by the Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement, she was very good at it and only suffered light injuries after breaking the agreement to help Blazing Heaven Demoness. How could old ancestor Shui, who tolerate such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced that he would expel Fairy Li Shan and view her as the enemy of Snowy Mountain blessed land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the largest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was also welcomed by Zombie Alliance. With her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness, she was naturally one of them. Moreover, she was a great contributor to Zombie Alliance in suppressing old ancestor Shui. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was highly respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan felt that Fairy Li Shan's words had a deeper meaning. He frowned. "Fairy, please enlighten me." Fairy Li Shan sighed. "The situation has changed. I'm afraid Big Sister's assistance in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu will have to stop for some time." "Why?" Fang Yuan did not understand. Could it be that the alliance agreement had just been signed? She, Blazing Heaven Demoness, wanted to break the agreement? That was unlikely. Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the one who suggested funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason in detail. Fang Yuan understood now. It turned out that Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui, who reached a compromise, Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance stopped fighting. This had a huge impact on Northern Plains. The conflict between the two factions had already attracted a lot of attention. Even the other regions had their eyes on this place. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui, who knew their limits, they reached a compromise. This chaotic conflict quickly calmed down. Northern Plains' righteous path forces, they were still watching excitedly, wanting to see a good show of dogs biting each other. At once, they were caught unprepared. After the battle ended, other than rewards, Zombie Alliance's headquarters also gave them a mandatory mission. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together and use all the resources they had to refine a giant, immortal goo formation. This goo formation's only use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If they encountered a situation similar to Old Ancestor Shui, whose theft the goo formation would activate, it would defend. If they could not defend, the power of the goo formation could transport these immortal zombie corpses out of Northern Plains. This time, Zombie Alliance's spending is too shocking. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the other 3 branches, including the headquarters, are also constructing this giant immortal goo formation. Just the immortal goo we have here will be using 13. We will also have countless supplementary immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo will be sent by the headquarters. A small portion will be refined by our branch. So now, Dark Flow Giant City will gather almost all the immortal zombies to refine goo on a large scale. Dark Flow Giant City storage is definitely not enough. The immortal zombies will have to pay for it themselves. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would have to pay for it themselves. They would not be contributing for free. Zombie Alliance's headquarters would give out a large number of contribution points, far more than the usual amount. It was used to compensate the members. This was a rarely seen action by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. The huge compensation of contribution points stimulated the immortal zombie members' passion for goo refinement. As long as they participated in the mission and consumed the immortal materials, regardless of success or failure, they would be able to exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. This was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Moreover, after this goo formation was created, Zombie Alliance's graveyard would no longer be a problem. The immortal zombies of Zombie Alliance were also happy to see the creation of the super large immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine immortal goo and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so. Thus, she could not continue to subsidize Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo was obstructed. He could not even use the goo refinement secret room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were outsiders. But Fairy Li Shan was much more popular than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, "It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end." But the reason was not the matter of Old Ancestor Shui who's stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demoness was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Fang Yuan. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demoness, making her choose to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan looked at Fairy Li Shan and said. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demoness had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to pay Fang Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay, otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Fang Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Fang Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Chapter 958. Fang Yuan returned to her immortal blessed land. He was very satisfied with Blazing Heaven Demoness compensation. Firstly, the immortal materials that Blazing Heaven Demoness had provided to Fang Yuan were all written off. Fang Yuan did not need to make any repayment. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness had lent 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan, as well as a large number of mortal goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, along with countless mortal goo, could form the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She funded Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, paying a large number of precious immortal materials. But in the end, Fang Yuan did it for nothing. He did not need to repay Blazing Heaven Demoness anything. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with those immortal materials, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of practical experience. He was very familiar with the process of refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan already knew the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, what immortal goo to use as the core, how many supplementary mortal goo were needed, the sequence of activation of the goo worms. He knew all of these details. But to use this killer move, there was a condition. The Goo Immortal's Fire Path Downmarks had to be expended. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this point. It was a small trap in the alliance agreement. She wanted to use this to increase her control over Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Downmarks. If he wanted to use Nirvana Fire to revive, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to use Nirvana Fire on him personally. Fang Yuan's previous plan was to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, to use another immortal goo as the core, but it would have the same or similar effect. And the new core immortal goo would be the immortal goo that Fang Yuan currently had. This modification was very difficult. Ordinary wisdom path goo immortals did not have this confidence, but Fang Yuan was very confident. The reason was, his who immortal blessed land contained wisdom goo. The effect of rank 9 wisdom goo was simply amazing. Fang Yuan had to do this. The life and death immortal aperture revival method could allow him to revive, but he could only use it once per immortal aperture. After rebirth, he could not use wisdom goo. If Fang Yuan improved the Nirvana flame, he could freely turn into an immortal zombie or a living person. Wisdom goo would continue to provide Fang Yuan with immeasurable support. Blazing Heaven Demoness is short on funds. She needs to use her own money to refine immortal goo and complete Zombie Alliance's mandatory missions. He could only lend these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo. If it weren't for this situation, even if I took the initiative to ask, she wouldn't have lent it to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, my deductions will be improved. It's extremely convenient. Fang Yuan was very glad about this. Zombie Alliance's goo formation plan had unexpectedly made him one of the beneficiaries. In the following days, Fang Yuan bathed in a halo of wisdom all day and night, using all his strength to deduce and focus on improving the Nirvana Flame killer move. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough strength path immortal zombies and refined enough exert strength mortal goo. He even obtained a 60-year lifespan goo. With all three, he could activate the life and death immortal aperture revival method at the next moment. He would become a living goo immortal and obtain a high-grade life and death immortal aperture, blessed land. But after obtaining the nirvana flame, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this, even though blazing heaven demoness interfered. As a result, Feng Yuan could not plot against He Lulan and obtain a super-grade blessed land. But due to the circumstances, he obtained the nirvana flame, and if everything went smoothly, he could use wisdom goo in the future. Between this gain and loss, whether it was a profit or a loss, Feng Yuan was unable to determine it immediately. While Feng Yuan was modifying the immortal killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already secretly entered Luo Pavali. She was the key to saving Feng Jioge, and the rescue team of Spirit Affinity House that accompanied her only had one person. Prince's Impatience, rank 8 cultivation level. It was enough to deal with any challenge. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains, righteous path, goo immortal. He was an external supreme elder of a super force, Gong tribe. But he did not have the Huang gene bloodline, and because of some grudges with Gong tribe. As a result, he lived outside all year round. In fact, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. He was the most important spy that a central continent force had secretly placed in Northern Plains after expending a huge amount of effort and resources. He was mainly in charge of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Originally, Prince's Impatience could not be touched. Once any traces were found, Prince's Impatience's hundreds of years of hiding would be useless. But it was different when it came to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was the signature of Spirit Affinity House. He was currently suppressing Central Continent. Once he advanced to rank 8 with his talent and ability, he would become an expert among rank 8s in the future. His survival meant more benefits for them. His life or death would change the balance of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and even the structure of Central Continent's goo immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House did not hesitate to activate the hidden pawn, Prince's Impatience, to save him. Prince's Impatience and Zhao Lianyun, one immortal and one mortal, strolled in Luo Pavali. Lord, I would like to ask you, if I save Lord Feng Jioge, will I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy? While walking, Zhao Lianyun asked. Prince's Impatience was wearing a mask. His figure was blurry, like he was shrouded in a layer of fog. His true appearance was not revealed. He laughed softly. It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jioge, I'm afraid this matter is almost certain. I heard that his daughter, Feng Kim Hong, is the #1 contender for this position. But if you become her father's benefactor, she might withdraw from this competition. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone with hope. Although she had the soul of an adult, after coming to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative and obedient, not hiding anything, because she had a deep understanding of this world. Without strength, no matter how intelligent one was, they were like rootless duckweed. When the wind blew, they would be blown away, drifting with the currents. She understood that if she wanted to save Ma Hongyan, she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House. But it was not realistic for Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had already understood Spirit Affinity House's rules. Every generation's fairy would be nurtured by the sect with all their might. In Spirit Affinity House's history, almost all of these fairies had become goo immortals. Many of them had great battle strength and held the main authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyan, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyan, hold on. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hong-yun inwardly. Prince's Impatience suddenly stopped. Found it, it is here. Using the immortal goo from Spirit Affinity House, Prince's Impatience obtained an immortal killer move that could detect thieving heaven's inheritance. Using this killer move, he had to move slowly. Prince's Impatience brought Zhao Lianyun along and walked for over 2 hours. Finally, in the huge Luopa Valley, they found the exact location of thieving heaven's inheritance. Prince's Impatience activated his immortal goo. After several minutes, a door of light opened. Whoosh! The door of light had just opened when an intense gust of wind blew towards them. Prince's Impatience was shocked. Why is there the winds of assimilation here? He quickly activated his immortal goo and used a killer move, grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation condensed into a ball. It was firmly held in Prince's Impatience's hand. But soon, Prince's Impatience's hand shook intensely. Even his expression turned pale. Quickly go in. I can only hold on for a while. Zhao Lianyun quickly responded. Although she could not see Prince's Impatience's expression, she could hear how anxious he was from his tone. Zhao Lianyun stepped in and saw a familiar scene. Just like the previous inheritance space, this place was also empty. The only thing that was different were the dozen or so winds of assimilation. They were like giant pillars. They moved slowly in the space. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Although she did not recognize the winds of assimilation, she knew its power from that Gu Immortal's performance earlier. You are finally here. Quickly come to me. A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Feng Jioge. Quickly come to me. The voice was extremely weak, like an old man at the end of his life. Zhao Lianyun was hesitant. She could tell that the voice came from one of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lianyun also found that all of the winds of assimilation in the space were revolving around the one at the center. It moved slowly, accumulating its strength. It was like a group of lions eyeing their prey. Don't worry. You are an otherworldly demon. You are recognized by the Thieving Providence Journal. The winds of assimilation here are harmless to you. Feng Jioge paused for a moment before saying with difficulty, Didn't you come here to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this thieving heaven inheritance. Zhao Lianyun licked her dry lips. She knew she had to make a decision now. Time waited for no one. Zhao Lianyun carefully approached one of the winds of assimilation. The strength of the tornado was very restrained. Zhao Lianyun only felt a light breeze as she stood beside the wind pillar. She stretched out her trembling hand, gritting her teeth as she put her hand into the tornado. If other Gu Immortals saw this, they would gasp in shock. But Zhao Lianyun was fearless because she was ignorant. She did not know about the power of the winds of assimilation. She chose to believe in Feng Jioge. Just like what Feng Jioge said, the winds of assimilation that gave Prince's Impatience a headache had no effect on Zhao Lianyun. In fact, when Zhao Lianyun put her hand into the winds of assimilation shrunk at an observable speed, vanishing completely in a few breaths of time. Feng Jioge's voice came again. See, I was right? The inheritance space here has power that surpasses the winds of assimilation. It will not be destroyed by them. You are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained the recognition of this space. With this space protecting you, you will not be in any danger. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. Lord Feng Jioge, I will save you now. She charged into the wind pillars, rampaging through them. Wherever she went, the winds of assimilation would vanish. Eventually, she reached the center, easily dispersing the largest wind pillar, trapping Feng Jioge. Next, she saw that Feng Jioge was sitting in the air, 10 feet above the ground. His face was rosy, his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tightly. Lord Feng Jioge. Zhao Lianyun called out softly. Feng Jioge slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was gentle like jade. He did not speak, instead opening his right palm for Zhao Lianyun to see. On his right palm 2 words were written in blood. Zhao Lianyun looked at it in confusion, before looking at Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge smiled faintly at her, and then his entire body suddenly disintegrated like sand and dust, dissipating on the spot. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. Chapter 959. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Because the flow of time was different, more than half a month had passed here. In the underground cave, Feng Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing silently as usual. Here, he did not need to use vaguely familiar face. He revealed his immortal zombie appearance. He did not move. He sat cross-legged like a black reef. But in his mind, there were countless starlights shining, a vast number of star thoughts colliding intensely. Huff! After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely exhausted expression. He stood up with difficulty. The long period of intense thinking had caused his head to swell. He felt dizzy. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low. He could only make deductions for 7 days and 7 nights at most. After 7 days and 7 nights, he would not be able to hold on. He needed to rest. His mind was like a burning boiler. It needed to be cooled down in time. If it was not cooled down, his mind would suffer serious damage. After so many days, I have only made 20% progress in modifying Nirvana Fire. And this is with the help of the light of wisdom. If I had to complete it myself, I would need several years of hard work to achieve this result. Immortal Killer moves were extremely hard to conceive. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more exquisite, using Fire Path to describe the profundity of life and death. If not for Blazing Heaven Demoness being a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have been able to create this move. Feng Yuan left the underground cave, returning to Danghun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, he was refreshed. But according to his past experiences, Feng Yuan needed to rest for a whole night before he could fully recover. Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have any astronomical phenomenon yet. It did not differentiate between day and night. But if there was, it was nighttime now. There were still 4 to 6 hours left. Feng Yuan did not want to waste this time. He activated Connecting Heaven Gu, his thoughts entering jewel yellow skies. During this period of time, he selectively threw out some rank 8 immortal materials, exchanging for a large amount of food to feed his immortal Gu. Of course, Feng Yuan kept the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials with him. The rank 8 immortal materials sold were the lowest quality goods in the inventory. Even so, it still caused a commotion in the jewel yellow skies. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Feng Yuan to pass this round of immortal Gu feeding smoothly. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I might have to worry about this for a long time. Feng Yuan was already feeling the heavy burden of feeding immortal Gu. He had too many immortal Gu on him now. Very few Gu immortals. He had so many immortal Gu. Feeding these immortal Gu was a huge burden. Actually, quality of immortal Gu was more important than quantity. Like Shuesong Zi, he only had 1 immortal Gu. But after Shadow Sect taught him an entire set of immortal killer moves, he had no weaknesses in battle. This situation was making full use of the immortal Gu. The most logical and normal situation is to feed a few immortal Gu and use them as cores to create different immortal killer moves, to deal with all kinds of situations. Feng Yuan also knew this, but he had no choice. These immortal Gu could not be sold easily. Transactions between immortal Gu were rare. Even if they were carried out, they would be exchanging Gu for Gu. The final transaction in jewel yellow skies was finalized. Feng Yuan's work of feeding immortal Gu had come to an end for now. As for the refinement of star thought immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had put it aside. He still had a rank 6 immortal Gu recipe for all-out effort Gu. He did not intend to refine it. even though he lost self-strength immortal goo, causing his battle strength to fall greatly. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low in order to refine star-thought immortal goo. Fang Yuan had suffered a lot. Right now, when he heard about refining immortal goo, he felt a little nauseous. Towards the Zombie Alliance immortals who were refining immortal goo, he felt some pity and sympathy. He did not lack immortal Yuan stone now, but most of his funds were invested in the construction of star-form blessed land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan was also slightly distracted. Star-form land spirit had been working tirelessly, according to Fang Yuan's plans, constructing and modifying the homeland. Right now, star-form blessed land's construction was progressing. There was already 40% progress, but with the revival method, Fang Yuan's need for star-form blessed land was no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan did not intend to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources to star-form blessed land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were peaceful and fulfilling. His focus was on improving the Nirvana Flame killer move. Right now, everything was ready. He only needed the final push. As long as Nirvana Fire's modification was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and create a high-grade life and death immortal aperture. Next, he would move all the important resources in the blessed land into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and most convenient method. Undeniably, once this plan succeeded, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not impatient at all, even though he had been pursuing this goal for a long time. The 500 years of his previous life had trained him to be extremely patient. But just as he was preparing to rest for the night and modify his killer move, He Lulan asked for help. You definitely cannot imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Through the Stargate, He Lulan excitedly came to Fang Yuan. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These days, He Lulan had obtained many shocking news from He Cheng's soul. What shocked her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luo Pa Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains. I need you to help me obtain Luo Pa Valley. Don't worry, I will give you sufficient compensation. We need to move quickly before anything bad happens. He Lulan was swift and decisive. Luo Pa Valley, Fang Yuan sighed, thinking of the open-door goo and closed-door goo in his hands. He had clues about Luo Pa Valley long ago, but had been occupied by other matters and did not go there. Now, after He Lulan shared the information with him, he was secretly glad that he was prudent. Luo Pa Valley was clearly occupied by Shadow Sect long ago. They had made it their headquarters. If Fang Yuan had rashly gone there earlier, without sufficient strength, he would have been easily captured by the enemy, even if he resisted to the death. The difference between them and the enemy was too great. There was little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed. Luo Pa Valley is occupied by Central Continent Goo Immortals. But Central Continent Goo Immortals are outsiders. They cannot stay here for long. We just need to release some information. We can force them to escape. He Lulan and Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Goo Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Fang Yuan's intelligence gathering had always been weak. Northern Plains relied on Fairy Lishan. As for Zhongzhou State, Crane Gate would never reveal the secret to him. This group of people should be investigating the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. They're here for us. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but they found out about the Shadow Sect instead. He Lulan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, compared to this, I am more concerned about that blazing glory, lightning brilliance, immortal zombie. So this person is a member of the Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by the Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Gu immortal exposed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Cheng was on the battlefield. Thus he knew this precious information. Sigh, there are actually many secretive Gu immortals and Gu master forces. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, and many of its members are involved in other organizations. What's so strange about that? He Lulan said indifferently, the Shadow Sect must not be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. The members of the Shadow Sect are not afraid of sacrificing themselves. This mysterious organization's loyalty is too high. Fang Yuan learned of the name Shadow Sect. This was not the first time. Back in southern border, he had heard of it from Cho Jiu. Fang Yuan also knew that the door of life and death was inside the blessed land of the Shadow Sect, but he had never thought of doing so. The reason was that he did not have high strength. There was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land without attracting attention. Moreover, the Shadow Sect was mysterious and unfathomable. It spanned across southern border and northern plains. It was not to be trifled with. All right, let's not talk about this. Luopa Valley is right in front of us. I invite you and my 2 aunts to explore it together. We will divide our gains according to the alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Fang Yuan understood her anxiousness. This opportunity. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. He still had the open-door Gu and closed-door Gu. He also wanted to know about these 2 Gu worms. Could they allow him to have a different encounter in Luopa Valley? But before taking action, some things had to be discussed. You want to monopolize Luopa Valley. I don't agree. Fang Yuan said resolutely. He Lulan stared angrily, her eyes shining with a murderous light. What do you mean? I was the one who discovered the information about Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan smiled, telling her the exact location of Luopa Valley. He Lulan was extremely astonished, looking at Fang Yuan as if she had seen a ghost. She had held back earlier. She clearly did not tell this important information to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out open-door Gu and closed-door Gu, just like how He Lulan exposed attitude Gu. These Gu worms had to be used anyway. She could not hide it. She might as well tell it to the public. He Lulan snorted coldly, looking at Fang Yuan with disdain. Without my information, you dare to go there? By the time you are willing to go, the opportunity will have already been lost. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated. I just want to say that your information is not as important as you think. But He Lulan was very agitated. Next, an intense argument ensued. Both sides argued until their faces were red. They did not have any demeanor of a Gu immortal. They finally reached a compromise. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 50%, Fairy Li Shan had 20%, He Lulan had 20%, and Fang Yuan had 10%. He Lulan was very crafty and shrewd. She used her 2 aunts' influence to force Fang Yuan to lower his head. However, although 10% of the ownership was small, it achieved Fang Yuan's goal. As long as he had the usage rights, it was enough. Fang Yuan had never thought that he could monopolize this Luopa Valley. After all, Blazing Heaven Demoness was supporting He Lulan from behind. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness was busy refining Gu, and as a rank 8, her every action was very attention-grabbing. She conveyed, anyway, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Even if he was in danger, she could save him in time. Thus, only Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan made the trip. Oh no! Someone entered Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hiding outside and guarding this place, saw Fang Yuan and the rest, and quickly reported this information. Chapter 960. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's Gu immortals retreated, they ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent. He was not willing to do so. He was only a temporary fighter. He was not qualified to know Princess Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others. He had to work for Central Continent. Seeing He Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Princess Impatience in Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience quickly learned of the news. His right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Princess Impatience could not help but admire Feng Juga. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Juga had already died. The inheritance of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Juga died, only Zhao Lianyun was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Princess Impatience and brought news of Feng Juga's death to the latter. "Sigh, I was too late." Princess Impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Li Shan and blazing heaven-demoness relationship was widely known. Princess Impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 Gu immortals was actually very small. In the whole of Northern Plains, on the surface, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. Old Ancestor Shui, who, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, Yao Huang, Princess Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster, blazing heaven demoness, was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into the circle. One could say these 6 were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart, and even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the Princess Impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, it would definitely draw out blazing heaven demoness. In Princess Impatience's opinion, perhaps the blazing sky demoness was already hiding in the surroundings. The Princess Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the blazing heaven demoness recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Princess Impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gu immortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the Princess Impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect or the forces of Zhongzhou State. Don't forget that Wisdom Path Gu immortals still existed in this world. Princess Impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the Wisdom Path Gu immortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were Gu formations set up by Gu immortals everywhere. Some of these Gu formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gu immortal Hong Qiming. There was no doubt these Gu formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The 3 started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan found some white lotus giant silkworm Gu remains. He sighed. It was a pity. From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm Gu. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left, and the Central Continent Gu immortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough white lotus giant silkworm Gu from the jewel-yellow skies and fed the immortal goo-cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation goo-immortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Lishan, Fang Yuan used open-door goo and closed-door goo. There was no reaction. Open-door goo and closed-door goo were left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up goo formations everywhere and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Fang Yuan sighed. He understood that Thieving Heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun. It was a central continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Prince's impatience came to save Feng Jioge too late. Fang Yuan came to Luo Pa Valley too late. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luo Pa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Fang Yuan nodded and activated his immortal goo, pulling up the whole of Luo Pa Valley. Fairy Lishan cooperated closely at the side. Countless goo worms flew around. They actually took away Luo Pa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Prince's impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lulan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince's impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while, but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Fang Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luo Pa Valley in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe, we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful. Her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luo Pa Valley was in ruins, with Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to other immortal apertures, Luo Pa Valley's value was even more difficult to replace. During the 100 Days battle, many goo immortals died here. After they died, the immortal apertures that were left behind should have turned into blessed lands, hidden in the void here. Fang Yuan could take Luo Pa Valley, but he could not take these blessed lands away. But now was not the time to explore. He kept Luo Pa Valley. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly left. They left quite quickly. They are quite sensible. Far away, Prince's impatience watched the three leave with a cold gaze. Even though he could not fight, he had Swordmaster Yulan and Lu Yao, two female goo immortals. Besides that, he had a secret force. Prince's impatience had been in northern plains for hundreds of years. He had accumulated a lot of strength. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan and the rest, but they left too quickly. He could not catch up. Prince's impatience looked at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luo Pa Valley had already been taken away. This place had become an empty wasteland. Even though the aura of the immortal goo was hidden, experts could still see traces of it. So many goo immortals died here. These immortal apertures themselves were a huge source of resources. Prince's impatience would not give up. The central continent goo immortals behind him would not give up either. They would definitely take them back. As for their immortal goo, there was no need to think about them. They were definitely destroyed. And taking back immortal apertures, especially immortal apertures that were in other regions, was a troublesome and difficult matter. I hope this trouble doesn't come to me. Don't put the blame on me. Let the 9 great ancient sects worry about it. Feng Jioge died because of the winds of assimilation. Nothing was left behind. Only 2 bloody words were left behind. I will first take Zhao Lianyun and this important information. Send them back to the sect. Prince's impatience thought of this and did not stay any longer. He immediately left with Xiao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still here, guarding the blessed land. This is the blessed land. He Lulan brought Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan into the blessed land, left behind by He Cheng. This blessed land was clearly made up of dark path and soul path Tao marks. The entire blessed land was dark and gloomy. It gave off a gloomy feeling. At the center of the blessed land, there was a huge forest. Every tree had different forms. They resembled female bodies. This was the special resource that He Cheng grew in his immortal aperture. Such trees did not exist in nature. He Cheng could be said to be its creator. Therefore, this vast forest of female bodies could be considered a unique resource. He Lulan had already thought of the location of Luo Pa Valley, she called the land spirit. The blessed land's land spirit had a unique appearance. It was a green vine. The vine was like clothes. It was attached to the familial love that Su Xian Er left for He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan said with a sigh, introducing to Feng Yuan, the land spirit's condition is to stay with Su Xian Er forever. Thus, after little Lan left third sister's familial love here, she easily gained control of this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised to think that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was Su Xian Er. It could be seen that he truly loved Su Xian Er. Even when he died, he thought of her. Humans were very complicated creatures. In the mortal world, most people in this world did not fully understand themselves even when they died. Little Lan, you are back. Su Xian Er looked at He Lulan with affection. Her gaze was filled with love. Mother. Su Xian Er called out softly before giving an order to the land spirit. The land spirit brought the three and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, they appeared on the other side of the blessed land. The land spirit had the ability to teleport. It meant that this blessed land had many space path Tao marks, and Feng Yuan's star form blessed land had fewer space path Tao marks. Star form land spirit did not have this ability. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan placed Luo Pa Valley down. Fairy Li Shan saw that it was a success. She smiled. Feng Yuan, you have Dang Han Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, we actually control 3 of them. Looking at Luo Pa Valley below him, Feng Yuan could not help but reveal some anticipation. Dang Han Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation, praised by spectral soul demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had already obtained endless benefits from Dang Han Mountain. He wondered what kind of improvements this Luo Pa Valley would bring him. Chapter 961. Central Continent Spirit Affinity House Discussion Hall. Of the 15 Gu immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come with their true bodies. This was a rare sight. Sect meetings were held every once in a while. The Gu immortals only needed to leave behind a portion of their will or feelings to discuss. But now, 8 Gu immortals were participating in this meeting. Among them were the only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this was Feng Jioga's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals felt unease and uncertainty in the future. This time, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important piece of news. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat, looking around as she said in a low voice. Spirit Affinity House had an obvious difference from the other 9 sections. They had many female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu immortals, but only 5 male Gu immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both rank 8 female immortals. At this moment, all the immortals in the hall were looking at First Supreme Elder's face. The first Supreme Elder was expressionless. However, the second Supreme Elder beside her had a gloomy expression. The Gu immortals observed their expressions and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next sentence of the first Supreme Elder was like a heavy boulder that smashed into everyone's hearts. It has been confirmed that Feng Zhuge died in Northern Plains. He died in the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything, only a message written in blood. The immortal's heart sank. Fairy Baiqing, who had personally participated in this meeting, felt her head become dizzy, and her face suddenly turned pale, even though they were mentally prepared. But when they heard this news, they were still in disbelief. Someone as strong as Feng Zhuge actually died in Northern Plains. On the contrary, those Gu immortals who were weaker than him were mostly alive. They returned to the sect. To speak the truth, when Feng Zhuge left, no one had expected such an outcome. For a long time, Feng Zhuge's strong image was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He even became a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt a sense of loss and emptiness. Even Su Hao and Li Juning from the Anti-Phoenix faction felt the same way. First Supreme Elder continued. The information path, Gu Worm, in front of you has a detailed record of this matter. Let's take a look first. The Gu immortals placed their consciousnesses into the Gu worms. Sigh, Lord Feng Zhuge's death in the winds of assimilation is not a disgrace to his reputation. After a long while, a Gu immortal spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Fairy Baiqing closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Intense grief and pain engulfed her like a surging tsunami. She loved Feng Zhuge so deeply. Similarly, Feng Zhuge loved her the same way. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was sending him off. Who would have thought that it would be the last time she saw her husband? Fate made fools of people. Now I am alive, but you are dead. I am in the Central Continent, but you died in the Northern Plains. Fairy Baiqing didn't dare to open her eyes. She was afraid of opening them. Her tears would fall uncontrollably. She tried to think of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong, as she reminded herself in her heart, "Oh, Baiqing, Baiqing, you have to be strong. At this time, don't let others see your weak side." She breathed in deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were moist. Her pupils were bloodshot. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were talking about Feng Zhuge's final words in blood. Before Feng Zhuge died, he wrote the 2 words Baiqing. What did he mean? In my opinion, this clue is very important. Feng Zhuge must have comprehended something under the immense pressure of death. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhao Lianyun, he was already on the verge of death. He did not have the strength to say anything. He left behind a crucial clue for us. Feng Zhuge is investigating the truth behind 88-Point Jinyang Tower's collapse in Northern Plains. What does that have to do with Baiqing? Feng Zhuge and Baiqing are very similar. Back then, Baiqing was much stronger than Feng Zhuge. He was at the peak of Central Continent back then. Even Celestial Court Gu immortals had to yield to him. That was the most glorious era of our Spirit Affinity House. Back then, many people thought highly of him. They thought he could become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. We also know about Baiqing's information. I only want to know, why did Feng Zhuge leave behind the 2 words Baiqing before his death? What did he want to express? The hall was silent for a while before a Gu immortal spoke. Everyone, have you forgotten? In the previous information, Feng Zhuge's opponent, Qin Baisheng, used 5-finger fist heart sword. And this killer move was created by Baiqing. It was his signature killer move. Feng Zhuge is saying that the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower has something to do with Baiqing? According to my guess, he must have felt that since the other party had 5-finger fist heart sword, it was more or less related to Baiqing. And Baiqing is a Gu immortal of our Spirit Affinity House. We will have an advantage in investigating him. This is an important clue. Indeed, Baiqing died under the heavenly tribulation back then. Not even his ashes were left behind. How could his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortals discussed for a while. They all had different opinions, but none of them were reliable. The first Supreme Elder slowly raised her hand. Her action caused the hall to quickly quiet down. No matter what, Bo Qing's matter needs to be investigated. I will leave this task to you, Bai Qing. Hearing the first Supreme Elder suddenly calling her name, Fairy Bai Qing immediately turned her head, looked at the first Supreme Elder, and hurriedly responded. These were her husband's last words. Fairy Bai Qing would definitely do her best to investigate this clue and find the truth. The news of Feng Joga's death is only known to us. Try to hide it. Anyone who reveals it will be punished as a traitor to the sect. First Supreme Elder shouted coldly. Next, we will discuss the deployment of the sect in Central Continent. Feng Joga's death had a very bad influence on Spirit Affinity House. Even though Spirit Affinity House had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, it was not a matter of life and death. These 2 rank 8s would not make a move so easily. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level. Gu immortals were destined to be treading on thin ice, trembling in fear. Oh, Zhao Lianyun was very cooperative throughout the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she is very sensible. We can nurture her. This little fellow is bent on saving her lover. Unfortunately, according to the information, old ancestor Shui, who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the Gu refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded. Continue researching. On the other hand, we need to nurture Zhao Lianyun's sense of belonging to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child was communicating with someone through a mirror. In the mirror, there was a blurred figure of an old man. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "All the arrangements are basically in place, but Celestial Court has already finished repairing fake Gu. You need to activate it first." Understood. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child replied solemnly. "Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue." The figure in the mirror said again. 7-Star Child did not speak. He stopped using this information path Immortal Killer move as the mirror vanished. Then he turned around and left without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 962. The earth had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, the shadows of the trees swayed. A light breeze blew. Birds chirped in the forest, or the occasional roar of wild beasts. It was like the sleep-talking of this continuous mountain range. In the small house in the valley, the oil lamp was burning, the light was dim. Feng Kim Hong was lying on the bed. Her body was weak and her face was pale without a trace of blood. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, who was sitting beside the bed, apologizing softly. "Mother, I was wrong, I won't." Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression. "Huang Er, Mother knows what you are thinking. You have been cultivating so desperately. You have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times in these tens of days. When you started cultivating, Mother had warned you. Cultivation is about nature, about relaxation. If you continue like this, not only will more haste make waste, you will also destroy yourself. Your life might even be in danger." Feng Kim Huang's eyelids drooped, her voice weak. "Mother, I am sorry." "Mother has already placed a Gu in your body. You're not allowed to cultivate for 7 days and nights. You can only move around in this valley. If you are hungry, go pick wild fruits. If you are thirsty, go drink spring water. Think about it." Fairy Bai Qing said solemnly. "Mother, don't." Feng Kim Hong was anxious. But Fairy Bai Qing waved her sleeves. The cuff brushed past Feng Kim Huang's face. Immediately, an intense feeling of drowsiness assaulted her mind. Feng Jin Huang's eyelids were unprecedentedly heavy, and an incomparable sense of exhaustion caused her to be unable to speak. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep slumber. Although her daughter was sleeping soundly, she was still frowning slightly. Fairy Bai Ching was filled with sorrow and worry. Fairy Bai Ching had not informed Feng Kim Hong of Feng Joga's death. Firstly, Spirit Affinity House needed to hide the news of his death and stall for time to make arrangements. As a mortal, Feng Kim Hong, he was not qualified to know. After all, spying on mortals was much easier than spying on Go mortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Ching did not know what to say. Why did Feng Kim Hong cultivate so desperately? She wanted to improve herself and become stronger so that she could find and save her father. But how could Fairy Bai Ching tell the truth? What if he told Feng Kim Hong cruelly? She couldn't bear it. Sigh. Looking at his daughter's face, he sighed. Fairy Bai Ching let out a long sigh. In the past, her tall and straight figure, her noble white robe. At this moment, under the dim light, she seemed thin and weak, her luster dim. These days she was really tired. Only now did she remove her disguise. His true feelings were revealed. Fairy Bai Ching stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Huang's face. The love in her eyes could melt steel. Feng Kim Huang's appearance absorbed the merits of Feng Joga and Fairy Bai Ching. On her face, Fairy Bai Ching could vaguely see Feng Joga's shadow. Feng Joga was gone. Feng Kim Hong was her only hope in life. She stared at him silently after a long while. The sky outside the house was already half bright. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Ching realize that time was passing. She had to set off. She slowly stood up. She walked out of the house, carefully closing the door. Next, she took a deep look at the small house in the valley, muttering to herself, Huang heir, wait for mother to return in 7 days. During this period, you need to take care of yourself and calm your heart. Fairy Bai Ching was not worried about Feng Kim Huang's safety. After all, this was the core of Spirit Affinity House. Even if there was internal strife in the sect, there was a limit. They would not attack Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Ching stepped on a cloud, flying towards the northwest direction. Her target this time was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? It turned out that she had accepted a sect mission to investigate Bo Ching. Bo Ching was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. The sect had a large amount of information for Fairy Bai Ching to investigate. During the investigation, Fairy Bai Ching found that Bo Ching's experience was actually very similar to Feng Joga's. What made her even more interested was Bo Ching's immortal companion Mo Yao. Mo Yao was that generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, different from the previous fairies. She was an Inkman, not a pure human. But because of this, Bo Ching and Mo Yao fell in love at first sight. Although Bo Ching did not enter or leave Northern Plains, Mo Yao did, and even entered Imperial Court, Blessed Land. Don't tell me the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower is related to Mo Yao? Fairy Bai Ching knew that Mo Yao took the risk to enter Imperial Court, Blessed Land, to help her husband, Bo Ching, undergo tribulation. Back then, Bo Ching, who was at the peak of rank 8, was undergoing tribulation to advance to rank 9 realm. This was a huge matter, not only in Central Continent, but also in the other 4 regions. It attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, in the end, Bo Ching died in the terrifying tribulation. On the other hand, Mo Yao had perished along with him. Actually, all Central Continent Gu immortals knew about this. Fairy Bai Ching had also heard about it many times in her early years. But now, when she recalled it, she had a different feeling. It was like they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even if she died together with her husband. No one let the other down. They had a deep love for each other and died a worthy death. Fairy Bai Ching continued to investigate, racking her brains, but there was not much progress. She found some clues in the sect's records. They all pointed to the same place, the source of falling heavenly river. When she could not make breakthroughs in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing resolutely decided to explore Falling Heavenly River herself. The source of Falling Heavenly River was the place where Bo Qing died. Spirit Affinity House was very far from the source of Falling Heavenly River. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would need at least several years to fly there. Of course, she would not do that. She had already made ample preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's goo formation to teleport. A single teleportation could cross hundreds of thousands of li, saving a lot of time. She did not directly go towards the source of Falling Heavenly River, but first turned towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, she used their teleportation goo formation to travel. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's goo immortals about this, although the price was not small, but it saved a lot of time. Along Falling Heavenly River, after passing Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into Combat Immortal Sect's territory. Similarly, she used the teleportation goo formation to travel. A day and a night later, the travel-worn Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of Falling Heavenly River. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge waterfall falling from the sky. Millions of hectares of river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling sound of the water was like continuous thunder. The huge amount of water vapor formed a thick fog. It covered an area of several hundred li. What was Falling Heavenly River? This was Falling Heavenly River, a huge river that fell from the sky. Compared to this huge river in the sky, Fairy Bai Qing was like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had traveled with Feng Joga in her early years and had seen Falling Heavenly River. Looking at this huge river now, she could not help but think of Feng Joga, feeling sour in her heart. She still remembered the conversation she had with Feng Joga back then. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Joga spoke frankly to Fairy Bai Qing. There were two explanations for this. One was that Falling Heavenly River was the tribulation itself. The other was that Bo Qing blocked the tribulation. His sword light was extremely sharp, he used too much force and pierced through white heaven and black heaven. At that time, Bo Qing's tribulation was during the day. Thus, this sword light pierced a huge hole in white heaven, and after piercing through black heaven, there was only a small hole at the bottom of black heaven. And it just so happened that above these two holes was the vast heavenly river. The Milky Way flowed through the two holes and poured down together. It smashed into Central Continent's land, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river water opened up a path, forming the longest river in Central Continent. Fairy Bai Qing asked which of these two explanations was more reliable. Feng Joga smiled and replied, "I am not sure. But the second explanation can explain the change in the water flow. During the day, Falling Heavenly River's water flow is strong. Rank 8 goo immortals cannot resist it. But during the night, Falling Heavenly River's water flow slows down. Rank 7 goo immortals can barely resist it. The power of nature was unparalleled and vast. Even goo immortals were minuscule compared to it. Collecting her thoughts, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was fixed. Definitely. She had already borrowed many water path immortal goo for this trip. They were all to help her enter Falling Heavenly River. But it was impossible during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 goo immortal. Her only chance was to enter Falling Heavenly River at night to search for clues. It was still daytime now. Falling Heavenly River was very close. Fairy Bai Qing slowed down and got closer. She planned to go to the bottom of the river when night fell. Time passed. The sun gradually set in the west. The sky was covered in layers of burning clouds. The radiance of the sunset shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the distant Falling Heavenly River in bewilderment. Roar! With a roar, the water flow erupted. A huge beast popped its head out. revealing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the river. This was a huge bull's head with curved horns. Immemorial, desolate, beast, myriad eyes, clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing recognized this fierce beast, her face turning pale. Falling Heavenly River was not safe. Other than the majestic water flow, there were also large numbers of ancient, desolate beasts and even immemorial, desolate beasts living inside. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull was an immemorial, desolate beast, one of the overlords that lived at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Isn't it usually at the bottom of the river, treading on the sand and patrolling its territory? Why did it suddenly appear on the surface of the water? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled. She quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from this Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this huge bull. Moreover, her main purpose of coming here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing had a vigilant expression as she lamented her bad luck. The appearance of the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull cast a layer of shadow over her heart. Just as she was about to increase the distance between her and the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull, a sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. This immemorial, desolate beast with rough skin and thick flesh was instantly cut into 2 by the sword light. Countless amounts of blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the surface of the river in the vicinity blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Bai Qing could react, another sword light flew out and slashed at the embankment of the river. At the next moment, the sturdy ground was like fragile tofu. A long hole was cut open by the sword. Large amounts of river water gushed into the hole. The river water overflowed, covering a radius of 1 li, turning it into a pool. Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? The sword light was so powerful, it was terrifying to the extreme. In front of the sword light, the immemorial desolate beast was as easy as slicing vegetables. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Like fireworks, the sword lights scattered everywhere, leaving Falling Heavenly River and disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's vision at an extremely fast speed. Sword traversing Central Continent. Chapter 963. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A hair-raising chase was happening on the narrow mountain path in the valley. Run, run! A mini-man was on Hong Yi's head, shouting anxiously. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Don't pull my hair! Hong Yi shouted in pain. However, the little person turned a deaf ear to him. His small hands subconsciously grasped Hong Yi's hair tightly as he turned his head to look behind him. Oh my God! It has caught up, hurry up, if not, we will all be eaten by it. The mini-man shouted in fear. I want to be faster too. Hong Yi gritted his teeth. He was already using all his strength to activate his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some small, fortuitous encounters. His cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people. But in this life and death crisis, rank 2 upper stage cultivation was not enough to deal with the rank 5 wild, golden-horned centipede chasing after him. This centipede was huge. It was like a giant python. It had sharp and hard horns on its head. As it moved on the mountain path, 100 pairs of centipede legs stepped on the ground, twisting its body as it moved at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, it is already behind you. The mini-man was pale with fright. His soul almost left his body. Go all out. Hong Yi also sensed that the golden-horned centipede was close to him. His hair stood on end. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had not obtained it for long. He had not practiced it many times. When activating it, the chances of success and failure were 50-50. Killer move. At least 2 goo worms were needed to form it. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the activation steps. The difficulty of activating the killer move was higher, but the power was higher as well. This movement killer move that Hong Yi obtained was made up of close to 10 mortal goo. Do not compare goo masters to goo immortals. This number was already a lot for goo masters. Killer moves were not so easy to train. Sometimes, failure in activating the killer move would harm oneself or goo worms. Thus, normally, Hong Yi would be very careful when practicing this killer move. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else. Based on his original speed, there was no way he could shake off the golden-horned centipede behind him. He would definitely die. The only way out was to risk it all. Activate it for me. It must succeed. Hong Yi shouted in his heart. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required concentration. Some killer moves even required an especially stable environment. They could not be disturbed. It was easy for Feng Yuan to use killer moves because he had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Hong Yi was definitely a newbie. At this time he was in danger. On one hand, one had to look at the road ahead. The mountain road was full of rocks and potholes. He ran as fast as he could in case he fell. Then everything would be over. On the other hand, behind Hong Yi was the golden-horned centipede. Following closely behind, that huge commotion continued to linger in his ears. The aura of death nearly enveloped his entire body. How could Hong Yi not be concerned? In this situation, those who could not be bothered and maintain absolute calmness were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and disregarded life and death. Hong Yi could reach this level in the future, but he was still too young now. "It is catching up, it is catching up," the mini-man above him shouted, looking at the terrifying golden-horned centipede in fear as it charged forward, gradually closing the distance between them. The centipede was huge and heavy. It had hundreds of legs on the ground. It was like a ferocious tiger. Its mouth was wide open, saliva was flying everywhere as it bit towards Hong Yi's back. The mini-man screamed, closing his eyes in fear. Even though he had wings on his back, they were damaged earlier. He could not fly at all. This time, when he entered the cave, he successfully stole the rank 5 goo material 100 flowers condensed dew. But the price of doing so was the deep hatred of the golden-horned centipede guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could not escape. He could only stay with Hong Yi and use his speed to survive. However, the mini-man did not feel the pain that he expected. He opened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. For some reason, Hong Yi actually escaped the golden-horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden-horned centipede chased after him again. The mini-man's heart was pounding, but he gradually understood. It turned out that every time the golden-horned centipede wanted to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head. This movement caused its head to be at least 8 feet off the ground, even its body, which was half a foot long, to be lifted off the ground. Then it would descend again. When the golden-horned centipede raised its head, many of its legs would be lifted off the ground. Its speed would fall sharply. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running. His speed did not change. Thus, every time the golden-horned centipede tried to bite, Hong Yi would escape. "This idiot!" The mini-man laughed loudly. He was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. Wild goo worms had limited intelligence. Their every action was based on instinct. "I helped you escape out of goodwill, but you actually called me an idiot." Hong Yi was dissatisfied. "I am not scolding you. I am talking about this golden-horned centipede, you idiot!" The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi, however, felt resentment. "You are the idiot. I told you. The centipede is sleeping. Don't be afraid. We can leave after stealing the 100 flowers due. But you insisted on shouting. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up. Guilt flashed in his eyes as he showed an embarrassed and angry expression. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the next moment his eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It turned out that the golden-horned centipede behind him saw that it could not bite Hong Yi, so it changed to another method of attack. That was the golden horn on its head. This was not because it had become smarter. Rather, over the long years, the golden-horned centipede would encounter some large prey that it could not swallow in one bite. In such a situation, it would normally use the golden horn on its head to cut the prey into pieces. Opening its mouth to swallow was the golden-horned centipede's instinct. The golden horn on its head was also an instinct. The golden-horned centipede charged over fiercely, lowering its head. The golden horn moved forward, quickly getting close to Hong Yi's ugh. But there was no helping it. This was the height. Idiot, run. The mini-man saw this dangerous situation. He shivered in fear. His entire body trembled. He could not even hold the hair in his hand firmly. You still dare to call me an idiot? Hong Yi shouted, suddenly raising his voice, like a rooster whose throat was suddenly grabbed. He panicked. He was caught off guard, and of course there was a heart-wrenching pain. The golden horn had already pierced into Hong Yi's, but the mini-man felt despair. He was definitely done for this time. But right at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a large margin. He immediately charged out. It turned out that when he screamed, the intense pain caused him to have an epiphany, allowing him to use his killer move in its entirety. Hong Yi thus escaped from danger, bleeding. The mini-man looked at Hong Yi's back as he shouted anxiously. The golden-horned centipede was originally pierced into Hong Yi's, but now Hong Yi had charged out. Both sides separated. It was like a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's, but the wound was no longer obstructed. Blood naturally flowed out. My butt hurts. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with such intense thoughts. He subconsciously covered his butt, covering the wound. Then, naturally, because of the pain from the wound, his mind was distracted. The movement killer move that he had just activated collapsed. His speed fell again. But the golden-horned centipede was still chasing behind him. Another golden horn pierced into the other half of Hong Yi's butt. Oh! Hong Yi screamed in shock again. Next, the same scene happened again. The intense attacks and the sudden intense pain caused Hong Yi to focus his attention in that instant, and he used his killing move again. He ran out again. Blood is spurting. The mini-man shouted anxiously. There was no helping it. The two wounds were very deep, and with Hong Yi's intense movement, it would be strange if blood did not spurt out. Hong Yi covered his, but as he ran, the golden-horned centipede chased him relentlessly. This situation made it hard for him to stop. Oh no, I don't have enough primeval essence. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression turned pale. Gu masters had little primeval essence to begin with. It was not durable. And killer moves used many gu worms at the same time. The expenditure was huge. After running for so long, Hong Yi was already at his limit. Death was approaching. Hong Yi was forced into a dead end. He had no chance of survival. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me. My body is so small I have little meat. Eat him. Eat this idiot. The mini-man was so scared that he fell limp in Hong Yi's hair, mumbling to himself. At this time, Hong Yi's heart was empty. He did not have the mood to argue with the mini-man. Next, at this time, an earth-shattering sword light shot out. In an instant, the world turned white. All living beings lost their voices. The change did not make Hong Yi stop running. After running for a while, he realized something was wrong. Turning around, he was stunned. The rank 5 golden-horned centipede gu was gone. It was completely gone. Along with it, half of the Centipede Valley was gone. What appeared in front of him was a huge ravine. The edges of the ravine were smooth and flat, like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was at a loss. He could not believe it. A sword light. The mini-man was scared silly. Central Continent's east coast. Water waves were surging endlessly. Cold air permeated the area, shrouding the surroundings. Children, we are here. This is the profound island Flying Frost Sect's territory. It is also the place where you will live and change your destinies. The leading Gu master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any Gu immortals. It was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land, the only one that could match. It was 5 Virtue Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time we brought the best seedlings. They might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect. If we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading Gu master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading Gu master spoke loudly. Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now let me tell you about it. Swoosh! Right at this time, a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur. They subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. They were motionless. They were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast, profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, and enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart. There was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface. The remnant sword path down marks were here, isolating the water path down marks. The seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once, it formed a strange and domineering scene. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under Heaven Overseeing Tower. His other hand was holding Fate Gu. His withered old hand was slowly caressing Fate Gu. This time, the restoration of Fate Gu was a huge success. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. By Tsang Shui, Lian Jioshan, and by Qin Tian, who had restored Fate Gu with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the Gu immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up. They had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters, or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But at the same time, most of the Gu immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Gu immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court. Other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level, there was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values. Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly. That was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Gu recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's emotions surged. He was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open. His pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower! After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river. Her face was pale, and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword light shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene. She personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging, white, heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it. There were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools, and other natural traps. Even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient, desolate plants and immemorial, desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long. Many ancient, desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial, desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood. They started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood. Her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant, but in her heart there was a feeling telling her Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth. Her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into falling heavenly river. From the source of the falling heavenly river, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Zhongzhou state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Zhongzhou state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Zhongzhou state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Zhongzhou state was shocked. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Lord's face was ashen. His hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Chen Tian, Bai Tsang Shui, and Lian Jiusheng had been summoned back. At this moment, they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome. The sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven Overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Or Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition? After a while, Bai Chen Tian returned first, followed by Bai Tsang Shui. Last was Lian Jiusheng. Lian Jiusheng was delayed for a while, but because of this he brought detailed information. I found out the sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. The whole of Central Continent is in chaos now. Falling Heavenly River Source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Tsang Shui cried out in shock. Mentioning Bo Qing, the four immortals of Celestial Court had complex emotions. Back then, they had tried to recruit Bo Qing. But Bo Qing's ideals did not match theirs. He did not even pass the door of Celestial Court. Bo Qing. Heaven overseeing tower, Lord's gaze was deep. Investigate, we need to investigate, clearly. Fairy Tsang Shui, you specialize in water path. I will trouble you to make this trip. The three of us will stay here. Focus on repairing Heaven overseeing tower. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The other three immortals' expressions shook. Among them, Bai Qin Tian said, Heaven overseeing tower, Lord, you control Heaven overseeing tower and Fate Gu. This feeling of unease cannot be underestimated. We need to move quickly. Central Continent, combat immortal sect. The source of falling Heavenly River has changed. It seems like Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Liang, go and investigate the truth. I will give you 2 slots for rank 6 Gu Immortals. You can choose from them. Combat Immortal Sects, First Supreme Elders will floated in the air. Gu Immortal Jin Liang was in the fire. He was tall and sturdy. He had golden hair and fiery eyes. His rank 7 aura was extremely strong. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, not giving face to First Supreme Elder. You should look for Lei for this matter. He is the immortal Monkey King. Feng Joga is no longer around. He is already the number 1 rank 7 in Central Continent. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Liang, although Lei is strong, the huge combat immortal sect does not belong to him alone. He has already made enough contributions in exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Do you want him to make more contributions? Jin Liang's mind moved. He suddenly thought of something. He jumped out of the burning fire, cupping his fists. Ha! First Supreme Elder's words are right. I wanted to increase my fire path Tao marks by 17 or 18 first. In that case, I will set off immediately. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of closed cultivation. Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming saw the person in front of him and was overjoyed. He quickly bowed. This person wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. He was tall and had a refined appearance and nodded with a smile. I came out because of the change in falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heartsword. This time, I was ordered to investigate the truth of falling Heavenly River. I hope you can help me. Hong Chi Ming breathed in deeply, saying sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. If not for First Senior Brother's help back then, how could I be where I am today? Hong Chi Ming is willing to serve you. Spirit Affinity House Discussion Hall. There is a change in falling Heavenly River source. Who should we send to investigate? First Supreme Elder was not present. Second Supreme Elder was in charge. Second Supreme Elder might not know, but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore falling Heavenly River source. Li Junying's will said, oh, did she find some clues? Some Gu Immortals could not help but connect the dots. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has rank 6 peak stage cultivation. She is not enough to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the sect is currently lacking in battle strength. Who should we send to reinforce Bai Qing? Su Hao's will laughed heartily, reporting to Second Supreme Elder. Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation has already advanced to rank 7, but she secretly concealed it and did not report it. Oh, there's such a thing? I remember that she is still some time away from her first rank 7 calamity. Su Hao calmly replied, this matter is undeniably true. Before Feng Joga went to Northern Plains, he used a time path immortal Gu to secretly raise Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder pondered for a while before saying, Fairy Bai Ching becoming a rank 7 Gu Immortal is the fortune of our spirit affinity house. When she returns, we will bestow immeasurable peak to her. Also, open the treasury and allow her to choose a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for the matter of falling Heavenly River, we will not send any reinforcements. We will only inform her of the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's orders. Tian Ti Mountain. Such sword light, Bo Ching, a pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. For the sake of love, maybe this is the birth of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path, Gu Master Jian Yisheng raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was filled with excitement and longing. With this huge change, the source of falling Heavenly River is definitely the gathering place of Gu Immortals. Maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects might be strong, but if they eat the meat, I can at least drink the soup, right? Thinking of this, Jian Yisheng made up his mind and flew out of Tianti Mountain towards the northwest horizon. Be it the righteous path led by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or the demonic path, or even lone immortals like Jian Yisheng, they all had their own plans. Countless gazes were gathered at the source of the falling Heavenly River from a distance. Bo Ching, pseudo-immortal venerable, the number 1 person below the venerable realm since ancient times. These titles, these sealed memories, became fresh again. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc in Central Continent, reminding the world of Bo Ching's strength. A rumor started from an unknown source, but it spread further and further, affecting everyone's nerves. The scattering of sword lights this time is a backup plan left behind by Bo Ching before he died. He wants to remind the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared. Although he died, he did not want it to go to the wrong person. He wants to use this chance to choose the most suitable inheritor. Thus, the shock from the sword lights might gradually turn into greed and lust. Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was shaken. Countless Gu Immortals, even old monsters who had concealed their identities for 100 years, started to rush towards falling Heavenly River. Central Continent was in turmoil. A huge dispute that involved the whole of Central Continent was about to unfold at the source of falling Heavenly River. But in southern border it was calm. Lush green mountains and rustling pines. On a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Inkstone was sitting in the pavilion playing chess. There was a huge rock in front of him. Star path Tao marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface. Some are horizontal, some are vertical, some are diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky. Instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. "You are looking for me?" Bai Ningbing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued in a cold voice, "Although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily." Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, "Do you know? Fang Yuan is about to return." Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. She squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. Chapter 965. Looking at Old Man Inkstone in the stone pavilion, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he became an immortal and got rid of his female identity, he realized that Old Man Inkstone was unfathomable. Bai Ningbing's indifference was his nature, but his toughness towards Old Man Inkstone was only a form of probing. In fact, his desire to deal with Fang Yuan and his desire for revenge was also a form of disguise for himself, as well as a form of probing Old Man Inkstone. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Gu immortal attainment level broadened his horizons, allowing him to see many more things and see many more exciting things. What he cared about was Old Man Inkstone in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but the shadow sect was still hidden in the shadows, hidden in a bottomless darkness. He did not know why Old Man Inkstone was helping him. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was not willing to be controlled like this. It was not that he had not thought of leaving, but firstly, the shadow sect had spent so much effort, they would not let him leave so easily. Secondly, Bai Ningbing valued excitement more than his life. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous the process, and the harder it would be to resist. This made him feel that he was not wasting his time. It was a form of enjoyment towards life. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was a joy to him. Bai Ningbing had never had one thing in his heart since young. That was to retreat in the face of danger. At this time, facing Bai Ningbing's questioning, Old Man Inkstone took out an immortal goo from his bosom, saying, "As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Fang Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with cold light. "You seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts. You know it like the back of your hand. But back then, when I was advancing to immortal, I asked you. You said you did not know." Old Man Inkstone laughed lightly. He did not face Bai Ningbing's questioning, instead saying directly, "South of Na Mei Peak, east of Li Chiao, not far from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountains were high and the rivers were long, verdant and lush. It was a unique tree with no other peaks. Go to that mountain peak and activate this goo. Once you succeed, leave as soon as possible. This mountain would become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any goo immortal could enter. All of them will be killed." Bai Ningbing did not take the immortal goo. Her gaze was still fixed on Old Man Inkstone, saying coldly, "You have not answered my question." "I don't need to answer your question. All you need to know is that once this matter is done, Fang Yuan will return. Didn't the agreement you signed with the Shadow Sect state that you could only break free from the agreement and regain your freedom by killing Fang Yuan?" Elder Inkstone smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a moment before she extended her hand. He obtained the immortal goo. Then he snorted and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He traveled at full speed. 2 days later, they found the place that the Old Man Inkstone had told them about. "This mountain is very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. Why did we choose this place?" Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses in his heart. He had even thought of the possibility that the Old Man Inkstone was plotting against him. However, he paid a huge price to become an immortal. Why does he want to kill me now? The possibility is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head. He had a doubt in his heart. Why did the Old Man Inkstone want to help me become an immortal? There are so many people. Why did he choose me? Is it just because I have the northern, dark, ice soul physique? Bai Ningbing had thought so before, but now he felt that the truth was not so simple. Next, Bai Ningbing inspected carefully, but did not find any foundation of a goo formation on this nameless mountain peak. He was puzzled and hesitant. If this was really a trap, then wouldn't he be a laughingstock for coming here foolishly and sending himself to death? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought. The Old Man Inkstone would not ask me to come here and activate the immortal goo for no reason. His intention is very mysterious, but he did not set a time limit. I might as well delay it and test him. If it was a huge matter, the Old Man Inkstone would be very anxious and would urge him. At that time, Bai Ningbing would have the initiative with the immortal goo. Bai Ningbing did not make a move, but the Shadow Sect members were anxious. A black-robed goo immortal came to the stone pavilion and said in a rough voice, "Inkstone, that Bai Ningbing has already been gone for half a month with the immortal goo, but there is no movement. Did he escape with the immortal goo, or did he meet with some accident?" The Old Man Inkstone was leisurely looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Tao marks, but compared to the time when Bai Ningbing was here, half of the complicated paths had already disappeared. The old man Inkstone calculated the chessboard with his fingers as he said to the black-robed Gu immortal, "Bai Ningbing is still there, but he is restraining himself. He has long been suspicious that this trip is disadvantageous to him. It is normal for him to have such a reaction." The black-robed Gu immortal saw the leisurely expression of the old man Inkstone and could not help but say anxiously, "But Central Continent cannot delay any longer. Right now, not only the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects, but also many lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered Falling Heavenly River to explore. Vice Envoy Lan and the rest can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the Celestial Court will react and realize that this is a trap. It might interfere with our true plan." Old man Yen Shi nodded and said in deep agreement, "What you say makes sense. In fact, the reality is already very different from the original plan. The progress is too slow. Why don't you send a letter to Bai Ningbing and ask him to make a move as soon as possible? If he does not comply, we will strip him of his immortal status and send him back to the mortal world. He became an immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need to let him continue to be so arrogant. We can make a move first and make him lose his Gu immortal strength, turning him back to a mortal and regaining his female body. This kind of arrogant junior, if we do not teach him a lesson, we will not be able to use him properly," the black-robed Gu immortal suggested. "Hee, why do you think I want to use him?" The old man Inkstone laughed and lightly waved his wide sleeves. A star mark immediately disappeared from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Such a simple technique, the old man Inkstone's wisdom path attainment level, was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed Gu immortal was wearing a hood. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his tone was filled with deep suspicion. "Inkstone, you chose Bai Ningbing. Is it not because of his 10 extreme physique battle strength?" No. The old man Inkstone laughed loudly. "This is only his uniqueness on the surface. His true uniqueness lies in the fact that he is also a person who escaped fate." "What? He is also one?" The black-robed Gu immortal was shocked. The old man Inkstone explained in detail. "Our grand plan has been planned for 100,000 years. The true enemy is not Central Continent's Celestial Court or the other 4 regions, but this heaven. That's why I handed the last and most crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is a person who escaped fate, in a way. He has escaped Providence's control. Only such a person can qualify to be our pawn. So that's it." The black-robed Gu immortal realized and no longer had any doubts. The old man Inkstone continued. "Bai Ningbing is a person who escaped fate. Even Providence cannot completely control him. He will be a sharp sword for us. Let him be the vanguard. We need to conserve our energy and cherish every ounce of strength to deal with Providence's anger." After Bai Ningbing left, I did not plan to contact him again. Let him develop freely. But don't worry with his personality. He will not wait much longer. In that case, I will continue my hibernation. The black-robed Gu immortal cupped his fists and left. Bai Ningbing waited for 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, during which time he looked at the direction of the old man Inkstone's stone pavilion. So many days have passed. The old man Inkstone did not rush me. From this, I can see that he is not anxious about this matter. That's right. If he was anxious, when he instructed me, he would have emphasized the time limit of the mission. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel dejected. This was a test. It was undoubtedly a failure. He then turned his gaze to the mountain range beneath his feet and thought to himself, "These days I've been very busy. I have investigated many times, but did not find any traces of a Gu formation. Sigh. If there is really a problem this time, then I will admit defeat. I cannot find anything. I can only blame myself for not being able to do it." Bai Ningbing sighed. His body flew and floated in the air, looking down at this ordinary mountain. "Go." he willed and expended immortal essence to activate the mysterious immortal goo. The immortal goo gave off a bright light, but it lay motionless in his hand. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised, thinking, "So this immortal goo is a big eater." He continued to activate it, as beads of green grape immortal essence were expended. The immortal goo's light became brighter and brighter. Its small body started to tremble slightly. A moment later, Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with sweat. He was worried. "I have already expended hundreds of beads of immortal essence. Why is there still no movement?" So this is the true difficulty of this mission. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the immortal goo in his hand buzzed and turned into a bright light, shooting towards the sky. The light became brighter and brighter, but its speed became slower and slower. After reaching its limit, it flew towards the nameless mountain peak below. Bam! Finally, it crashed into the mountain peak, bursting out with a dazzling light comparable to the sun and moon. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. At this time, he did not need to expend immortal essence anymore. But whether the immortal goo had been successfully activated, he had to take a look to confirm. Thus, after flying a li away, he stopped in the air. Next, he saw an unbelievable scene. In the intense light, the nameless mountain peak was undamaged, but there were layers upon layers of illusory images above the mountain forest. This was a section of a long river. The river water was surging with waves, moving up and down continuously. It was filled with an indescribable natural charm, as well as an unspeakable and indescribable truth that made people forget to return. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's pupils dilated. He was extremely shocked. Next, he saw that the river of time's illusory image was fading away, becoming fainter and fainter. Two figures seemed to have jumped out of the river. Their appearances and clothes were becoming clearer. These two people were fighting. Both sides were exchanging blows. The intensity of the battle shook Bai Ningbing's mind. One of them had a huge body with bulging muscles. He was like a fierce tiger or dragon, rampaging with a ferocious aura. It was a rank 8 goo immortal. Chapter 966. Both sides fought fiercely to the point that the heavens and the earth were overturned and mountains and rivers splashed about. Plus or minus, even though it was just an illusory transformation, not interfering with reality, it was still extremely moving. The battle gradually intensified. The rank 8 goo immortal had the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. "I am a rank 8 goo immortal with a great strength, true martial physique. You are a mere rank 7. You actually want to challenge my reputation?" That mysterious goo immortal with a red lotus on his forehead chuckled, speaking in a neutral tone. "Marshal Dul Heavenly King, you will definitely lose today. Take this move of mine." The moment he said that, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal waved his right hand as a platform flew out. At the next moment, the disdain on the rank 8 goo immortal martial battle Heavenly King's face vanished as he shouted, "This is actually an immortal goo house. What immortal goo house is this?" The rank 7 goo immortal smiled proudly. "Let me teach you. This is the immortal goo house I created. Graceful, chaotic, dual stage." Graceful, chaotic, dual ring? Bai Ningbing saw this and frowned. As far as he knew, there was no such immortal goo house in the current southern border goo immortal world. The power of the graceful, chaotic, dual stage was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attack the martial dual Heavenly King unleashed, it was all absorbed and sealed by the graceful, chaotic, dual stage. This was not the end. After the attack was sealed, it could still be used by the rank 7 goo immortal to return it. Martial Dotian Heavenly King's attacks were extremely sharp, but most of them were taken by him instead. The images kept changing, and the battle became more and more intense. Eventually, with the help of graceful, chaotic dual stage, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal defeated Martial Dual Heavenly King. completing the unprecedented feat of a rank 7, defeating a rank 8. But at the same time, the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal also paid a terrible price. Martial Duel, Heavenly King, retaliated in the end, turning into a rank 8 immortal zombie. It was as if he had an immortal body. The mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal could not take his life. He could only give up on this graceful, chaotic duel stage. It suppressed the martial arts Heavenly Monarch deep underground. In order to defeat Martial Duel Heavenly King, the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal sacrificed an immortal Gu house. The battle was over. He looked at the immortal Gu house that was buried underground, sighing as he flew into the sky. There were no Gu Immortals, but the phantom image was still changing. The battlefield of the Gu Immortals became peaceful again. After that, the weather was favorable and plants grew. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the flood came, or a meteor falling or great fire burning. The originally flat terrain gradually bulged. It slowly grew taller. First, it became a mound, then a mountain. Occasionally, characters would rush into the picture. Their movements were extremely fast. Whether it was the natural weather or the movements of the characters or beasts, it was like a fast-forward movie. The mountain was also changing rapidly, sometimes collapsing, sometimes slowly forming. In the end, in the illusion, the mountain gradually grew into the appearance of a nameless mountain. When the phantom completely disappeared, the world returned to its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with a strange light. He could tell. The immortal Gu that Old Man Inkstone gave him should be a time-path investigative immortal Gu. It tore through the cracks of time and projected the scene of a certain past in the upper reaches of the river of time. Teleport to the present downstream. The battlefield where 2 Gu Immortals had once fought was this ordinary and unremarkable mountain peak. That is to say, there is an immortal Gu house hidden here. Bai Ningbing stared at the foot of the mountain. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He naturally knew the value of an immortal Gu house. Only forces with Gu Immortals could be considered super forces. However, among these superpowers, only the strongest among them could possess one or more immortal Gu houses. If I can control this graceful, chaotic duel stage, it will definitely be of great help to me. It will definitely be of great help to me, allowing me to deal with Shadow Sect more easily and leave Shadow Sect. Oh no, this immortal Gu's aura is spreading everywhere. The commotion of activating the immortal Gu is not small. It will definitely attract the attention of other Gu Immortals. Time waits for no man. I need to make full use of it. Bai Ningbing was just about to fly down and drill into the ground to obtain the immortal Gu house, but he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Inkstone. If he went down, would he fall into Old Man Inkstone's trap? Maybe Old Man Inkstone had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction and wanted him to go underground, explore the depths, and obtain graceful, chaotic duel stage. If that is the case, he definitely has a backup plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I act blindly, it will only be futile, and I will be used by others for no reason. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to investigate the surroundings first, before making a move. However, what he did not expect was, just as he got close to the nameless mountain peak, he felt an intense sense of weakness. The Gu immortal aura on his body rapidly weakened, and he could not even move his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. Old Man Inkstone's instructions, before he left, flashed in his mind. Go to the peak of that mountain and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, quickly leave. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortal who enters this place will face fatal danger. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered. Was this the forbidden zone for immortals? If this place really became a forbidden zone for immortals, how could he obtain graceful, chaotic duel stage? At this time, the phantom image on the mountain peak formed again, showing the scene from before. Bai Ningbing observed patiently and could not help but guess. Could it be that the phantom image here contained clues to obtain the immortal Gu house? However, after the phantom image finished changing, it vanished again, and Bai Ningbing could not see any clues. After that, he discovered that this illusory figure would reappear every 2 hours. Every time the phantom image changed, it would show the same content without any difference. He also discovered the so-called forbidden zone for immortals was expanding. At first, he could still get 3 li away from the nameless mountain peak. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge, fortuitous encounter slip away from him and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. Of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move, there was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow, and he did not have such a method. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Fang Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized this immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful, chaotic dual stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news as if they were afraid the whole world would not know, involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house, graceful, chaotic dual stage. The whole of southern border will be shaken. Be it righteous path goo immortals, demonic path, or lone immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat. They will definitely stir up a storm and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in southern border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead. His expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of southern border, sucking in almost all of southern border's goo immortals. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal. I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long. I should leave first. Right? I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone. Ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance. Even using information path mortal goo could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense. A feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central continent, falling heavenly river. At this moment, at the source of falling heavenly river, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals from central continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Ching. To think that Bo Ching had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now we only see Bo Ching and not Mo Yao. It seems that Mo Yao has already vanished into thin air. According to the sect's records, that heavenly tribulation shook central continent. It was terrifying beyond compare. Bo Qing was so strong, but he was still able to preserve his strength. It is truly inconceivable. How strong was he? The immortals discussed. The corpse was preserved so well. Who knows how many secrets are hidden within? As long as we obtain it, we can unravel the mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation. Even if he does not leave behind a sword path true inheritance, just this research alone will be able to make great progress. Who knows, we might even gain another true inheritance for the sect. Most of these thoughts came from the Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They had a long-term vision and considered the big picture of the sect. And lone demonic immortals like Jian, Yisheng focused their attention on the immortal Gu that immortal zombie Bo Qing carried. There are many immortal Gu auras on his body. It is hard to imagine that they were all preserved. These are all pseudo-venerable sword path immortal Gu. I will be satisfied with just one. Central Continent's righteous path was prosperous, but demonic cultivators were ruthlessly suppressed. Their situation was the most miserable in the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any ideas about immortal zombie Bo Qing. They only wanted to make some gains and quickly leave. Actually, before this, the immortals had more or less obtained some gains while entering falling Heavenly River. The sword lights killed many corpses and pieces of flesh. As long as they were careful, they could discover them. But now, Bo Qing's inheritance was too tempting. Chapter 9, 67. At this moment, there were no less than 30 Gu immortals at the bottom of falling Heavenly River source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Qing. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Chiming, Qi Yuntian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy by Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, "Fairy by Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qing Kong had an immortal zombie body. His divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind, and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal Gu and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a Gu worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative." Fairy by Qing smiled bitterly. "I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I?" She really didn't, because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qi Yuntian smiled lightly. "Why is Fairy by Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret alone? Could all of this be a coincidence?" Fairy by Qing's smile became even more bitter. "Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the Myriad Dragon Dock and the War Immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably. What secret?" She had come to explore the source of the falling Heavenly River because of Feng Jioga's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity House aside, they had to delay the news of Feng Jioga's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Liang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. "Fairy by Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more Gu immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it was bound to cause turmoil in Zhongzhou State. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Zhongzhou State? Qi Yuntian maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade. Our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Boqing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter. Fairy Baiqing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any Gu Immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7 against the Immortals, she could not do anything alone. No matter what happened to immortal zombie Boqing, retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal Gu was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now that Feng Zhuge's whereabouts were unknown, the odds were against him. Spirit Affinity House was weak. They could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie, Boqing. If they nurtured another little Boqing who was as strong as Feng Zhuge, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of falling Heavenly River, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Boqing's sword light was sharp and terrifying. It shot towards the whole of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic cultivators and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united. The 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Baiqing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method. She could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. Immortals, please retreat. My celestial court will take over this place. Everyone gasped. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 water path, Gu Immortal by Song Shui. The situation was immediately overturned. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Bright light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was whole again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng were relieved. They let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more Gu worms, they worked day and night to repair the Gu worms. They finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement Gu worms. The Gu worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all. It had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the Gu worms near the sword wound. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply. Holding Fate Gu and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lian Jiusheng urged. Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or 2? Why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern, it's fine. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting the suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. Go. At his will, Fate Gu in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Gu could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Dual Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8, great strength, true martial immortal zombie. Immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic dual stage. And this? On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of Red Lotus true inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that Red Lotus demon Venerable brought to Celestial Court, the damage he brought to Fate Gu. He had tortured generations of Celestial Court Gu Immortals for over 1 million years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking, Red Lotus true inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The great strength true martial immortal zombie is secondary and that graceful chaotic dual stage. It would be best if it could belong to Celestial Court. Even though it is in Southern Border, with the obstruction of the regional walls, Celestial Court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic dual stage, was already worthy of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals making a move. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial Court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose. And we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought deeply. Soon he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In falling Heavenly River, immortal zombie Bo Ching was floating with his eyes closed, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Bai Tsang Shui had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Bai Ching. But after Fairy Bai Ching replied, Bai Tsang Shui's expression showed disappointment. Soon, she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a Gu formation. She intended to seal this place first. But right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the Gu formation that had not been set up properly, directly towards immortal zombie Bo Ching. Under the illumination of the starlight, immortal zombie Bo Ching suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment, he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were Gu Immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial Court's Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui's head was drifting with the waves. Her eyes were wide open. She had died with a grievance. How could this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious at this scene. 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. 7-Star Child was in front, while Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were behind. Bo Ching, you finally woke up. 7-Star Child laughed loudly, his body emitting rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to immortal zombie Bo Ching. Bo Ching's eyes shined sharply. Sword light flew out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He had not expected Bo Ching to attack him. The sword light was extremely sharp. He was cut into two. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, it was useless. Seven-Star Child's death shocked Song Zixing and Yu Mu-chan. What happened? Envoy Qing actually killed Deputy Envoy Lan. No, he is not Envoy Qing. His mind is filled with providence, and there seems to be a remnant soul in his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yu Mu-chan were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless. He turned around and looked at them. Song Zixing and Yu Mu-chan felt a chill in their hearts. They were filled with despair. They could not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's gaze. There was only the mercilessness of the heavenly Tao. They were both people who had escaped fate. They were targets of the heavenly Tao. An intense aura of death engulfed them, facing a pseudo-venerable whose name would go down in history. Song Zixing and Yu Mu-chan could not escape or evade. They could only wait for death. Chapter 968. Ha ha ha, I've finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period of time, he had put in all his effort to deduce the immortal killer move, and he had finally succeeded today. This brand new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Goo, pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and pulling Water Immortal Goo as the cores, along with over 330,000 Mortal Goo. It was an extremely complicated and dazzling combination. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly, and he had to maintain it for at least 2 hours before he could activate all the goo worms. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work, he could turn a living person into an immortal zombie, or from an immortal zombie to a living person. Although it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had already reached his limit by doing this. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had these few Strength Path Immortal Goo. He could use them all thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, he also used Nirvana Fire as a reference. If not for Nirvana Fire, without Blazing Heaven Demoness set of goo worms for Fang Yuan to experiment with, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain the Strength Path version so quickly. There was also Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level. It was precisely because of various reasons that this not too big nor too small of a miracle was created. Next, I need to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Goo to create a high-grade life and death-blessed land, to regain my life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. After searching for so long, this moment had finally arrived. As for Luo Pa Valley, Tai Bai Yunxing had already repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan had also tried to enter Luo Pa Valley to cultivate. As expected of a soul cultivation, sacred land on par with Dang Hun Mountain, together with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul foundation advanced rapidly. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to regain his life. Soul path cultivation could be put aside for now. He could ignore it. Fang Yuan could not wait any longer. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly received a letter from the Blazing Heaven Demoness. The content in his heart caused his rebirth plan, which was right before his eyes, to come to an abrupt halt. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. When Fang Yuan saw these words, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was about the nameless mountain peak in southern border. This matter was too big. This matter concerned an immortal goo house. Its influence had already spread to the whole of southern border's goo immortal world. In the southern border, there was naturally a Zombie Alliance branch. Thus, as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly obtained the relevant information. The Blazing Heaven Demoness is ambitious. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, so she pays close attention to the 5 regions. And as one of the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance, her ability to gather information is even stronger than Fairy Lishan. Fang Yuan once again felt his weakness when it came to intelligence. In his previous life, he had an organization, he had connections, he had mature blood path, gu, worms that could replace most of the common information path methods. In this life, Fang Yuan mainly used his previous life's memories and worked with others. He used the information sharing of Fairy Li Shan, Land Spirit of Lengia, and others. But as more and more accidents happened, Fang Yuan gradually realized that his previous life's memories were not so reliable. The truth of history was often hidden in the depths of the fog, and what Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was mostly an illusion on the surface. Even if he personally experienced it, it might not be as simple as he thought it was. The reasons for the formation of many things were very complex. In my previous life, I had a rough life. I slowly climbed up step by step, my connections and resources were accumulated bit by bit. Thus, I did not have any shortcomings. But after rebirth, because I obtained many fortuitous encounters, my strength grew rapidly and even rose by leaps and bounds. So in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I need to add some information path methods to increase my ability to gather information. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like blazing heaven demoness, but in the long term, I need to rely on myself. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like the blazing heaven demoness, but in the long term, I still have to rely on myself. Losing information often meant losing the initiative. Losing intelligence often meant losing the initiative. Just like this time, Fang Yuan was still unaware of it. They were all kept in the dark and almost missed out on this fortuitous opportunity. 3 days later, Fang Yuan returned to the southern border alone and arrived at the nameless mountain peak. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow, Giant City. She told Fang Yuan in her letter that she was busy refining gu and setting up a gu immortal formation. She could not leave. However, she would definitely make a move when necessary. Meanwhile, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan were in northern plains, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their soul foundation. They also had a strong interest in immortal gu houses, but the aura of northern plains gu immortals made it difficult for them to travel in southern border. Fang Yuan's visit this time was mainly to gather more information. Even though he was a northern plains immortal, with the concealment of vaguely familiar face, ordinary gu immortals could not recognize him. On the nameless mountain peak, the phantom would reappear every once in a while. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times. He pondered for a while before trying to get close to the nameless mountain peak. Sure enough, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in her letter, this place had become a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the weaker his limbs became. His immortal aperture seemed to be pushed away by a formless pressure. Fang Yuan had to stop. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be completely destroyed in 50 to 60 steps. Of course not. He was still hoping that his strength path immortal aperture could turn into a life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could only retreat. At this time, a tender laughter could be heard from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He turned around to look. He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bun. Her skin was tender like snow. Her eyes were like spring water. She was standing not far away, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with gu immortal aura. She was a rank 6 gu immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Meihua. People call me Granny Meihua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Meihua. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen Granny Meihua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female gu master Humayer. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a gu immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a green robe. His sleeves were wide and large. When the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Fang Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was tall and thin. He looked like a middle-aged man. He had a tall nose bridge. His eyes were long and thin. His pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting energy. He was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So, it is Granny Mei Hua. I have long heard of your name. I am Shang Ying. I am just a villager. Fang Yuan replied, Shang Ying. Li Mei Hua engraved this name in her heart. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons, and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves. They were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals were attracted. They showed up one after another. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Shang Ying, was just one of them. These days, the Gu immortals that Li Mei Hua contacted were mostly similar to Fang Yuan. Li Mei Hua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. She was very enthusiastic. This made Fang Yuan feel suspicious. Fang Yuan was about to speak, but Li Mei Hua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Mei Hua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Mei Hua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic path and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously. Some had dark or ruthless expressions, because they did not know Fang Yuan's background. No Gu immortals talked to Fang Yuan yet. But Granny Mei Hua was quite popular the moment she landed. Someone laughed. Li Mei Hua, you brought another one. Ha ha ha, this time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Mei Hua made a huge contribution. Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much. I was only doing my best. Li Mei Hua smiled as she greeted everyone. Talking to them, she handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. Let me introduce. This brother is Shang Ying. He is a lone immortal. After dealing with them, Li Mei Hua did not forget to introduce Fang Yuan. So it is Brother Shang. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hizi. I see that you cultivate transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong. I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed an unsociable expression. He was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Mei Hua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to go to the Nameless Mountain to guard it. Before leaving, she pointed at a mountain in front of her, saying to Fang Yuan, That Pine-tail Mountain is the camp of the righteous path Gu immortals. Actually, even without her guidance, the Gu immortal aura coming from the opposite mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After parting with Li Mei Hua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out much. He spent most of his time in a cave. After all, Fang Yuan was in disguise. Vaguely familiar face was not invincible. He waited patiently for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pine-tail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals of both the righteous and demonic path. Most of them were rank 6. Every rank 7 Gu immortals' arrival would cause a commotion. Eventually, even 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 righteous path. It was a balanced situation. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not show up. The Gu immortals of both sides chose 1 person each day to carry out a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and 7 nights, the negotiation finally succeeded. Dozens of Gu immortals of both righteous and demonic paths made an agreement. They surrounded the Nameless Mountain and engaged in a huge gamble that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.